Gerald Burns watches the humidescent cardiac monitor flatline for the third time as he frantically adjusts the settings for Zarantine physiology. Cora, the same blue-skinned diplomat's daughter who called humans heartless barbarians 6 hours ago, now depends on this heartless human to save her life. "Stay with me," Gerald mutters, fingers flying across the emergency medical console. The diplomatic station Nexus 7 groans around them as another section decompresses. Warning klaxons blare through what remains of the habitable areas. The deck beneath them shudders. Gerald glances at the unconscious Zarantine on the floor of the rapidly depressurizing chamber. Her iridescent blue skin has dulled to a sickly gray-blue. The elaborate gill structures at the sides of her neck flutter weakly, struggling to extract oxygen from the thinning atmosphere. A jagged piece of metal protrudes from her shoulder, dark purple blood seeping around it. Just hours earlier, Cora had stood before the assembled diplomatic corps, her gill structures flared in righteous indignation. Humans claim to value cooperation, yet their technologies betray their true nature, she had proclaimed. Even their medical devices, designed by engineers like Gerald Burns, prioritize human physiology while causing unnecessary suffering to alien bodies. Heartless barbarians designing heartless machines. Gerald had sat stunned in the audience, watching 3 years of his life's work dismissed with a wave of her webbed hand. The Zarantines had never forgiven humanity for staking claims in the resource-rich Cygnus sector asteroids. 3 years of tense relations, 3 years of Gerald designing cross-species medical equipment, all dismissed in a 5-minute speech. Now, as micrometeorite impacts tear through Nexus 7's hull, those same crude tools are her only hope for survival. The station's automated systems failed to detect Cora's life signs amid the debris. The evacuation had proceeded without her, the last shuttle departing 10 minutes ago. Gerald had been off-duty in his quarters when the first impacts hit. Instead of heading to the evacuation point, he'd run toward the Zarantine section, driven by years of medical training and a stubborn streak his mother always said would get him killed. He rips open an emergency kit and pulls out his portable respirator, designed for human lungs. The Zarantine delegation chambers are losing pressure and oxygen diffusion capacity by the second. Around them, the environmental system sputters and dies. "Computer, how long until complete structural failure in this section?" Gerald asks, voice steady despite his racing pulse. 12 minutes until catastrophic decompression, the artificial voice responds. Gerald examines his breathing apparatus, then looks at Cora's gills. Impossible anatomical differences. He needs to modify his equipment to accommodate her unique respiratory system, while figuring out how to transport her through rapidly depressurizing corridors. "You called us heartless," Gerald says to the unconscious diplomat as he begins disassembling his respirator. "But having a heart is exactly what's going to save you today." He works quickly, repurposing components from the failed Zarantine life support system. His hands move with practiced precision, despite the countdown to decompression ticking in his head. Gerald knows that saving Cora might bridge the diplomatic gap between their species, or might simply get them both killed, as the station tears itself apart around them. He also knows her injuries are far worse than they appear. The metal shard has punctured something vital in Zarantine anatomy, something few humans understand. Even if he gets her to safety, keeping her alive will require knowledge he doesn't possess. Still, as another tremor rocks the station and emergency lights flicker, Gerald continues his work. Because whatever she believes about humans, he knows the truth. They don't leave people behind, even those who have denounced them. Gerald stripped wires from the medical console with practiced efficiency, his focus absolute despite the station's death throes around him. Another shudder rocked the floor as he connected the improvised respiratory aid to Cora's gill structures. "Come on," he whispered, adjusting the flow rate. "Breathe." The cardiac monitor beeped weakly, then stabilized with an irregular rhythm. Not ideal, but better than flatlined. Gerald allowed himself one deep breath before moving to the next critical task. The station's voice chimed through damaged speakers. Warning, Section B7 complete decompression in 10 minutes. Time was running out. He needed to move her, but first, that metal shard had to be stabilized. Gerald examined the jagged piece protruding from her shoulder. Purple blood continued to seep around it, but removing it here would likely kill her instantly. He opened his emergency kit wider, searching for anything useful. The standard issue foam sealant caught his eye design for emergency hull repairs, but it would serve another purpose now. "Sorry about this," he said, carefully applying the sealant around the wound. The foam expanded and hardened, creating a pressure seal that slowed the bleeding while immobilizing the shard. The minutes ticked by as Gerald worked frantically to stabilize her enough for transport. He'd constructed a makeshift environmental cocoon from emergency hull sealant foam and salvaged Zarantine life support components, creating something that might keep her alive during transit. 7 minutes to decompression. 6. Gerald sealed Cora inside the improvised life pod, attaching his personal medical scanner to monitor her vitals. He'd recalibrated it on the fly, programming in what little he knew of Zarantine biology. He wiped sweat from his forehead. His own oxygen supply was depleting faster than expected, the exertion in the failing life support system taking its toll. "Vital signs deteriorating," his scanner announced clinically. "Respiratory efficiency at 32% and declining." Gerald studied the readings with growing alarm. Something was happening with her gills. The delicate filaments displayed on his scanner showed a crystalline pattern forming along the edge, not a good sign. A crackle of static burst from a damaged communication panel on the wall. "Repeat, anyone in Section B7? A woman's voice fought through the interference. Gerald lunged for the panel. "This is Gerald Burns. I've got an injured Zarantine diplomat. Need immediate medical assistance." "Gerald, this is Dr. Holmes." Eliza Holmes, the station's chief xenobiologist. "What's the diplomat's condition?" "Critical. Impalement injury to the shoulder, but something's happening with her respiratory system. Her gill filaments are crystallizing." A pause. "The rescue team is cutting through the buckled bulkheads now, but it'll take at least 40 minutes to reach you." Gerald glanced at his scanner. "She doesn't have 40 minutes. I'm accessing the xenobiology database now." Computer keys clicked rapidly in the background. "Gerald, those crystalline formations indicate severe hydration chemistry imbalance. Her specialized respiratory membranes require a specific mineral solution." "Guide me through it," Gerald said, already opening his MediDoctor kit. "Doctor." Holmes listed off compounds and ratios as Gerald synthesized the solution. He mixed medical-grade saline with electrolytes from his kit, then crushed mineral components salvaged from the broken Zarantine equipment surrounding them. "The solution needs to be applied directly to the DRLL filaments," Dr. Holmes instructed. "You'll need to access them along her ribcage and spine." Gerald hesitated, then carefully opened the environmental cocoon. He rolled Cora gently onto her side, locating the secondary gill structures that ran in parallel lines along her ribcage. The filaments had indeed begun to crystallize, their normally fluid motion stilled. His hands moved with surgical precision as he applied the synthesized solution. The crystalline formations began to dissolve almost immediately. As he worked, something fell from a hidden pocket in Cora's formal diplomatic attire, a small data crystal that glinted in the emergency lighting. Gerald paused his work to examine it. His scanner automatically interfaced with the crystal, displaying file headers before he could stop it. "Classified. Human Medical Research Initiative Project Morpheus." Gerald's eyebrows shot up. Those files were restricted part of a pioneering human medical initiative. Cora had somehow obtained classified information, a clear breach of diplomatic protocol. All data transfers between species were supposed to go through official channels. The implication was clear: espionage. He slipped the crystal into his pocket and returned to his task. Political complications could wait. Survival couldn't. As Gerald applied the solution to the gill structures along Cora's spine, her eyes suddenly flew open. She gasped, body going rigid. What are you doing?" she asked, voice weak but sharp with alarm. "Saving your life," Gerald answered simply, continuing his work. "Your gill membranes were crystallizing. This solution will rehydrate them." Cora's eyes widened in shock. "You're touching my—" She tried to pull away but winced in pain. "I know," Gerald said, understanding her cultural distress. "I apologize for the intrusion, but it's necessary. These areas are failing. Without treatment, you'll die before help arrives." Cora stared at him, conflict evident in her expression. After a moment, she gave a small nod. "Continue," she whispered. Gerald worked efficiently, aware of the intimate nature of the procedure in Zarantine culture. These areas were considered intensely private and normally only exposed to family members or bondmates. The cultural violation was severe, but unavoidable. "Why did you come back?" Cora asked after several minutes of tense silence. "After what I said about humans, about your work." Gerald focused on applying the solution to the last section of gill filaments. "That's what humans do," he said simply. "We help people who need it." A distant metallic groan echoed through the station, followed by the distinctive sound of cutting tools. The rescue team was making progress. Cora's eyes never left Gerald's face as he finished the procedure. When he finally withdrew his hands, she reached out and grasped his wrist. "Thank you," she said, the words seemingly difficult for her. Gerald nodded, but as he tried to pull away, he realized her grip had become unexpectedly firm. Looking down, he noticed a thin, clear substance forming between their skin contact points. "What's happening?" he asked. Cora looked equally surprised. "It's a bonding secretion. It shouldn't. This shouldn't happen with a human." Before Gerald could inquire further, the wall across from them burst open in a shower of sparks. Rescue personnel in environmental suits poured through, led by Commander Vega's imposing form. "Medical team, we need immediate assistance." Gerald called out, still connected to Cora by her grip. The medical team rushed forward with a proper Zarantine life support pod. As they transferred Cora, she refused to release Gerald's hand. "He comes with me," she insisted weakly. Commander Vega looked between them with undisguised surprise. "Burns, what are you doing here?" All non-essential personnel were ordered to evacuate. Gerald met his gaze steadily. "Guess I didn't get the memo." Cora's grip tightened. The medical team exchanged glances but didn't attempt to separate them as they began the journey back through the station's damaged corridors toward the medical bay. Chamber. Gerald stumbled alongside the medical team, his hands still locked with Cora's by the strange bonding secretion. His mind raced with questions about the data crystal tucked securely in his pocket and the unexpected biochemical reaction between them. 2 weeks later, Gerald swiped his medical clearance badge at the xenobiology recovery chamber doors. They hissed open to reveal Cora floating in a specialized suspension tank filled with nutrient-rich solution calibrated to her unique biology. Her gill filaments undulated gently in the liquid, the crystallization completely gone. She turned at the sound of his entry recognitio doctor, liquoring in her eyes. "Dr. Burns," she acknowledged, her voice transmitted through the tank's communication system. "Right on schedule. Just Gerald is fine," he replied, approaching the monitoring console. "Your gill function has improved 15% since yesterday. The cellular regeneration treatments are working." Around them, Nexus 7 had gradually returned to normal operations. Through the recovery chamber's viewport, Gerald could see repair crews in environmental suits welding replacement hull sections, where the meteor shower had caused the most damage. He maintained a professional demeanor as he recorded her vital signs, but his thoughts drifted to Commander Khatri's directive, following his discovery of the data crystal. "We need to know what she's after," Khatri had told him in a secured briefing room 3 days after the rescue, "and why a diplomat's daughter would risk her life for it. This goes beyond standard intelligence gathering. Burns, stay close to her, build trust, find out what they really want." Cora's voice interrupted his thoughts. "You're distracted today." Gerald smiled apologetically. "Station repairs. My quarters still don't have proper heating." "Is that why you bring that bag everywhere?" she asked, gesturing to his shoulder pack. "Partially." Gerald pulled out a data pad and approached the tank. "I've been working on something I wanted to show you." Cora pressed closer to the tank wall, curious. Gerald displayed the schematics for a modified medical interface. The design incorporated specialized contact points aligned precisely to Zarantine anatomy. "You redesigned your medical interface," she observed, eyes widening slightly. "Those are the exact issues I pointed out in my official statement to the Federation Council." Gerald nodded. "Your criticism was valid. The previous design privileged human physiology. This version accommodates the specific nerve cluster arrangement along Zarantine vertebral paths." Cora studied him, gill slits fluttering in what he now recognized as surprise. "You took my public condemnation of your work and improved it." "That's how progress works," Gerald replied simply. "Better ideas lead to better solutions." Something shifted in Cora's expression. Her usual diplomatic reserve softened slightly. "Most humans would have dismissed my statement as political posturing." "Was it?" Gerald asked, holding her gaze. The question hung between them. Cora broke eye contact first. "I would like to show you something from my culture," she said, changing the subject. "Computer, access personal files, authorization Cora Thoral Pri Alpha." The room's display screen activated, showing images of a crystalline structure built into a massive asteroid. "This is Naranthi, my home city," she explained. "The central medical facility is there where I worked before my diplomatic assignment." Gerald recognized an opening. "You were a medical practitioner, not a diplomat." "I specialized in exoadaptative medicine," she admitted. "My father thought my expertise would be valuable in the diplomatic corps." Gerald nodded, filing away this information while scanning the next set of vital readings. Something unusual caught his attention. "That's strange," he murmured, adjusting the scanner settings. "What is it?" Cora asked, a note of concern in her voice. "There's something happening at the cellular level in your gill structures." Gerald transferred the D-Doctor to the main laboratory system. "Dr. Hall Doctor should see this." Within 20 minutes, Dr. Eliza Holmes arrived, her tall frame hunched over the scanner with intense focus. She ran multiple tests, occasionally glancing between Gerald and Cora with growing fascination. "This is unprecedented," she finally announced. "The enzyme compounds from Gerald's emergency treatment have integrated with your cellular matrix, Diplomat Thoral. They've created a biochemical bridge between your species." Cora's gills fluttered rapidly. "What does that mean?" "Your body now produces TDRE amounts of human-compatible biochemical markers," Dr. Holmes explained. "And Gerald," she turned to him, "the prolonged exposure to her bonding secretion during the rescue has triggered complementary changes in your biochemistry." Gerald felt the doctor, GHT of this revelation. "Is it dangerous?" "Not dangerous," Dr. Holmes replied, "but definitely significant. You'll both need regular monitoring. The bonding appears to be strengthening whenever you're in proximity." The medical implications were clear, and Cora would need to maintain close contact throughout her recovery. Later that week, Gerald entered his quarters after a long shift to find a message waiting. "FR Doctor, Commander Khatri." He activated his secure channel. "Progress report, Dr. Burns," Khatri demanded without preamble. "She's opening up," Gerald replied, organizing his thoughts. "She was a medical specialist before being assigned to diplomatic service. I suspect her father pushed her into this role." "Ambassador Thoral," Khatri nodded. He's been particularly vocal against human expansion in the asteroid belt. Have you identified what information she was after? Gerald hesitated, thinking of the growing ease between himself and Cora. Their discussions had evolved from formal medical updates to sharing stories, Cora describing the floating gardens of Naranthe, Gerald telling her about Earth's underwater research stations. The data crystal contained information about Project Morpheus, he finally answered. But it was incomplete. I believe they want the complete adaptive life support technology. Keep gaining her trust, Khatri instructed. We need to know if this is isolated espionage or part of a larger Zarantine intelligence operation. The communication ended, leaving Gerald staring at the blank screen, uncomfortably aware of his conflicted loyalties. 3 days later, Cora requested her first excursion outside the medical bay. I'm going stir-crazy in this tank, she explained as Gerald helped her adjust to a portable breathing apparatus designed for her recovery. I want to see your engineering lab. Gerald steadied her as she took her first steps onto the deck. The contact between them sent a warm, tingling sensation up his arm, a physiological response to their biochemical bond. Careful, he warned as they walked slowly through the corridor. Your muscle density is still adapting to the station's gravity. In the lab, Cora moved with growing confidence, examining the prototypes of interspecies medical devices Gerald had been developing. The small space required them to navigate around each other, each brief contact intensifying the sensory awareness between them. When the station suddenly shuddered from passing asteroid debris, Gerald instinctively reached out to steady Cora. His hands caught her shoulders, and the response was immediate heat spread through his palms, while Cora's gill filaments partially extended from their protective sheaths, fluttering with a bioluminescent pulse. They froze, caught in the unexpected intimacy of the moment. Cora's eyes widened in what appeared to be embarrassment. She began. The lab door hissed open, interrupting whatever she had been about to say. A woman in Doctor, NCE Division uniform entered, her dark hair pulled back in a regulation bun. Dr. Burns, she said with practiced brightness. I'm Lieutenant Cara Vasquez, your new engineering assistant. Gerald didn't recall requesting an assistant. He maintained his professional demeanor while noticing how Vasquez positioned herself between him and Cora. Lieutenant, he acknowledged. This is Diplomat Cora Thorell. Of course, Vasquez smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. Everyone knows about your heroic rescue, Doctor. The entire station's talking about it. Cora's gill slits narrowed slightly, a reaction Gerald now recognized as discomfort or territorialism. The tension in the room was palpable. Perhaps we should continue the tour another time, Cora suggested, her diplomatic mask sliding back into place. I'm feeling fatigued. That night, unable to sleep, Gerald reviewed Cora's medical data on his personal scanner. A notification caught his attention. The device had been accessed at 02:14 during his rest cycle. The security log traced the access to the diplomatic wing of the station. Gerald stared at the information, a cold weight settling in his stomach. The accessed files contained detailed readings of Cora's unique physiology, exactly the kind of data that would be valuable to Zarantine medical researchers. Despite their growing connection, despite the biochemical bond they now shared, Cora might still be gathering intelligence. Gerald closed the scanner, torn between his duty to Commander Khatri and his growing feelings for the Zarantine diplomat. Tomorrow, he would face Cora again, searching her eyes for truth while his own motives remained equally divided. The data crystal in his secure lockbox felt heavier than its physical weight, a reminder that in the delicate dance of interspecies politics, trust could be the most dangerous currency of all. Gerald awoke before the station's artificial dawn, his mind churning with suspicion. The unauthorized access to his scanner couldn't be coincidence. He dressed quickly, retrieved a small toolkit from his desk, and made a crucial decision. Over the next 3 days, he methodically transformed his quarters and lab into a surveillance web. Microsensors hidden in ventilation ducts, modified data ports with access trackers, and reprogrammed maintenance bots to record any movement when he was absent. He worked during off-hours, careful to avoid arousing suspicion. On the third evening, his vigilance paid off. The monitoring program flashed a silent alert to his personal device. Another breach, precisely timed during Cora's scheduled hydration break from the recovery tank. Gerald sat in the darkness of his quarters, swiping through the recorded footage. The intrusion patterns were unmistakable. They aligned perfectly with Cora's time away from medical supervision. A heaviness settled in his chest as he reviewed the evidence a second time, searching for any alternative explanation. Computer, create a secure folder with project designation, Blueprint Tracer, Gerald instructed. He worked through the night, embedding traceable markers in his non-classified medical designs, digital fingerprints that would reveal exactly what information was being targeted and by whom. The next morning, he noticed something odd as he passed a viewport. The normal station lighting seemed unusually intense, with halos surrounding Doctor at source. He squinted, adjusting the tint on the viewport, but the effect persisted. "Dr. Burns, are you feeling all right?" Dr. Holmes approached, concern evident in her expression. "The lighting seems different," he admitted. "Different how?" She pulled out a medical scanner. "More intense, I can see." Gerald paused, struggling to describe the strange purplish glow at the edges of his vision. "There's something beyond the normal spectrum." Dr. Holmes frowned at her scanner readings. "Your optical receptors are showing increased sensitivity in the ultraviolet range." She looked up sharply. "That's typically a Zarantine doctor, dual capability, not human." A series of comprehensive medical exams followed. Gerald sat on the examination table as Dr. Holmes displayed the results on the lab's main screen. "Your cellular structure is incorporating trace elements of Zarantine biology," she explained, highlighting sections of the scan. "It's most pronounced in your hands and respiratory system. I'm classifying this as xenomorphic adaptation. I've never seen anything like it." Gerald examined his hands. They looked normal, but the skin felt different, more sensy, receptive to subtle changes in air pressure and temperature. "The implications for interspecies medicine are revolutionary," Dr. Holmes continued, excitement overtaking her professional reserve. "This could, completely transform our understanding of cross-species compatibility." "What about Cora?" Gerald asked, a sudden tightness in his throat. Dr. Holmes's expression shifted. "Her changes are more dramatic. Her gill structures are developing new flexibility. She can process oxygen in human environments with unprecedented efficiency." She hesitated. "There's something else. Iridescent patterns on her skin." "What about them?" "They shift when you're nearby." "It's a physiological response typically associated with—" Dr. Holmes paused delicately. "Reproductive compatibility among Zarantines." Gerald felt heat rise to his face. "Does she know?" "Yes. She's quite distressed about it. These changes represent a fundamental alteration of her Zarantine identity." That day, Gerald entered the recovery chamber for Cora's regular examination. She floated in the tank but turned away when she saw him. "Cora," he began, "Dr. Holmes told me about the changes you're experiencing." "They shouldn't be possible," she replied, still facing away. "Our species are supposed to be biologically incompatible. That's what we've always been taught." Gerald approached the tank. "I'm experiencing changes too." She turned then, her iridescent skin patterns shifting subtly from deep blue to violet. "What kind of changes?" "I can see ultraviolet light now. My cellular structure is incorporating Zarantine elements." Cora pressed her hand against the tank wall. Gerald matched the gesture, placing his palm against the glass opposite hers. The sensation was immediate, a warmth that spread up his arm despite the barrier between them. "I've been having dreams," she admitted quietly. Dreams where you and I, where we're connected beyond physical forms. They feel real, Gerald. When I wake up, the sensations linger. Before Gerald could respond, the recovery chamber door hissed open. Ambassador Thorol entered, his tall frame rigid with formality. His eyes narrowed at the sight of them, with hands pressed to opposite sides of the glass. "Father," Cora acknowledged, withdrawing her hand. "I need to speak with you, daughter," Ambassador Thorol said. His gill slits constricted, a sign of agitation Gerald had learned to recognize. "Alone." Gerald nodded respectfully and departed, but the ambassador's reaction troubled him. Later that day, he accessed the station's communication logs and discovered something alarming. Ambassador Thorol had summoned a Zarantine military vessel, the tidal Sovereign, ostensibly for diplomatic consultations. The request included emergency extraction protocols for Cora. That same evening, Gerald's digital trap sprung. The traced documents had been accessed not by Cora's credentials but by Ambassador Thorol's. Most disturbing was what had been targeted: weapon adaptations based on Gerald Doctor, medical designs, not the humanitarian applications. As Gerald stared at this revelation on his screen, Lieutenant Vasquez entered his lab without announcing herself. "Doctor." "Burns," she said sharply, "I need to speak with you about some concerning reports." "What reports?" Gerald closed his display casually. Vasquez placed a data pad in front of him. "You've been Doctor, rinsing physiological changes that you failed to report to station security. That constitutes a violation of containment protocols. My medical condition is being monitored by Dr. Holmes," Gerald countered. "There's no security risk." "You're merging with alien biology," Vasquez said. Dr. Aber 22 voice rising. "How is that not a security risk?" Their argument was interrupted by the sudden blare of station alarms. The emergency medical channel activated on Gerald's communicator. "Dr. Burns." Dr. Holmes's voice was urgent. "Report to Diplomat Thorol's quarters immediately. She's collapsed, severe physiological distress." "I need to go," Gerald told Vasquez, already moving toward the door. "This discussion isn't over," Vasquez called after him. "You're ordered to remain here for questioning." Gerald ignored her, breaking into a doctor through the station corridors. His heart pounded with a fear that felt disproportionate to the situation, as if Cora's distress physically affected him across the distance. He arrived at her quarters to find Dr. Holmes and a medical team surrounding Cora's convulsing form on the floor. Her gill structures rapidly oscillate. Dr. Etween extended and contracted states, and her skin flashed alarming patterns of distress. "What happened?" Gerald demanded, pushing through to kneel beside her. "Her body is rejecting the human biochemical elements," Dr. Holmes explained, administering a stabilizing injection. "Triggered a cascading immune response. At this rate, her systems will shut down within the hour." "What can we do?" Gerald asked, instinctively taking Cora's hand. Where their skin touched, her convulsions momentarily calmed. Dr. Holmes noticed immediately. "That's it. We need direct biochemical stabilization from the original source. She turned to the medical team. "Prepare the specialized doctor, no biology chamber for cellular exchange procedure. Protocol XB7. "What does that entail?" Gerald asked as they lifted Cora onto a medical transport. "Skin-to-skin contact in a nutrient-rich solution that will facilitate cellular exchange." Dr. Holmes explained as they rushed toward the medical bay. "It's experimental, but it's our only option." Ambassador Thorol intercepted them in the corridor, his face contorted with anger. "What are you doing to my daughter?" "Saving her life," Dr. Holmes replied without slowing. "Her hybrid physiology is in critical failure. I demand she be transferred to the Tidal S. Dr. Rain," the ambassador insisted, following alongside. "Our vessel has proper Zarantine medical facilities." "She wouldn't survive the transfer," Dr. Holmes stated firmly. Commander Khatri appeared, summoned by the medical emergency. "What's the situation, Doctor?" As Dr. Holmes explained the crisis and proposed treatment. Ambassador Thorell's objections grew increasingly vehement. This procedure is unacceptable. You would further contaminate her with human biology. Contaminate, Gerald repeated, the word doctoring him like a physical blow. The ambassador turned on him with unveiled hostility. The Zarantine High Council considers any genetic blending with other species a form of contamination. She would be an outcast from our society. Commander Khatri raised her hand for silence. Dr. Holmes, is there any alternative treatment? No, Commander. Without immediate intervention, Diplomat Thorell will die. Khatri nodded decisively. Then proceed with the treatment. As the medical team continued toward the xenobiology lab, Ambassador Thorell grabbed Gerald's arm, pulling him aside. You don't understand what you're doing, he hissed, his voice low enough that only Gerald could hear. The adaptation between you and my daughter should be impossible unless our species share evolutionary connections. Such a revelation would undermine centuries of Zarantine beliefs about our unique biological heritage. It would destabilize our entire social hierarchy, which is founded on genetic purity principles. Before Gerald could process this information, station alarms activated again. A voice announced over the comm system, "Attention all personnel. Zarantine vessel title Sovereign has arrived and is taking orbital position. All departments to security standby." Commander Khatri's communicator beeped. After a brief exchange, she turned to the ambassador with a hard expression. Your vessel is taking an aggressive orbital stance DRD, demanding immediate transfer of all Zarantine Doctor Arsenal. They've powered up weapons systems. A precautionary measure, Ambassador Thorell responded smoothly. Given your refusal to properly care for our diplomatic staff, Khatri's gaze didn't waver. The station is now on high EDRT. Dr. Holmes, proceed with treatment. She turned to Gerald. Dr. Burns, whatever happens in that chamber may determine more than just one life. In the xenobiology, La Doctor medical staff worked rapidly to prepare the specialized chamber. Gerald removed his uniform as instructed, standing in a medical robe as Dr. Holmes explained the procedure. The nutrient bath will facilitate cellular exchange. You'll need to maintain direct conDRT with her gill structures and major nerve clusters. Dr. Holmes handed him a breathing apparatus. This will provide oxygen once you're submerged. Gerald nodded, watching as they lowered Cora's unconscious form into the transparent tank. Her iridescent skin pulsed with disturbing patterns of physiological distress. Ready? Dr. Holmes asked. Gerald removed the medical robe and climbed into the tank. The warm, viscous solution enveloped him as he descended to where Cora floated. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close as her gill structures instinctively extended toward his skin. The moment they connected, a surge of sensation overwhelmed him. Warmth spread through his body as their skin began to glow with faint bioluminescence. Cora's gill filaments interlocked with his transformed skin cells in perfect biological harmony. And then, something unexpected, a neural connection opened between them. Gerald gasped as flashes of Cora's memories flooded his consciousness. A childhood spent on the crystalline shores of the Zarantine homeworld, her father's endless political lessons, her gradual disillusionment with anti-human propaganda as she observed Gerald's work. He saw himself through her eyes, felt her confusion and guilt as her espionage mission collided with her growing recognitio doctor. The humanitarian potential in human medical technology. Most powerful was her emotional response to him, gratitude, confusion, and a deep attraction that had nothing to do with politics or biology. Through the glass of the tank, Gerald dimly registered the lab's monitoring equipment going wild as their neural synchronization deepened. Dr. Holmes stared at the readings in amazement while medical staff rushed to document the unprecedented event. Outside the station, the tidal Sovereign moved closer, weapon systems fully charged. as Lieutenant Vasquez burst onto the command deck with evidence of unauthorized communications between Ambassador Thorol and extreme factions within the Zarantine military communications, suggesting the rescue mission might actually be a pretext for seizing advanced human technology by force. Gerald saw the ambassador's eyes widen in shock as the connection between him and Cora deepened beyond anything either human or Zarantine had experienced before. The nutrient solution enveloped them completely, warm and viscous against their skin. Gerald's consciousness expanded further into Cora's memories, diving deeper than the initial fragments he had glimpsed. He saw expansive underwater cities built of living coral, their spires rising majestically from nutrient-rich oceanic depths. The structures pulsed with bioluminescent light, creating patterns that served as both art and communication. He experienced Cora's childhood, swimming through massive crystal arches that refracted sunlight into prismatic patterns on the ocean floor, learning to modulate her gill filaments to express complex emotions in the presence of elders, enduring her father's rigorous diplomatic training sessions, where failure resulted in painful isolation. "I see your world," Gerald whispered through the breathing apparatus. "It's beautiful." Cora's eyes opened slowly, her pupae dilating as consciousness returned. When their gazes met, Gerald felt rather than heard her response, "And I see yours." The sensation startled him. Her thoughts moved directly into his mind, clear as spoken words. Their neural pathways had synchronized beyond physical contact, creating a form of telepathy neither had anticipated. Through the glass, Dr. Holmes frantically documented readings from equipment that beeped and flashed with increasing urgency. The nutrient solution surrounding them had begun to emit a faint blue-green luminescence, pulsing in rhythmic patterns that matched neither human heartbeats nor Zarantine respiratory cycles, but something entirely new. "They've arrived," Cora projected into Gerald's mind, her anxiety flowing with the thought. Images of a massive Zarantine vessel came with its title Sovereign, its hull inscribed with military markings denoting elite status. Station alarms confirmed her warning. A voice announced docking procedures in progress, followed by Commander Khatri's measured tones requesting DRL security personnel report to designated positions. Inside the tank, Gerald felt Cora's G-Doctor. Structures interlock more firmly with the altered cells of his skin. The sensation wasn't painful but intimate in ways he couldn't articulate. Medical monitors outside the chamber recorded this deepening connection, displaying rapidly changing metrics that caused Dr. Holmes to adjust settings with increasing urgency. "The cellular harmonization is off the charts," Dr. Holmes said to her assistant. "Their distinct physiologies are achieving synchronized functions that should be biologically impossible." Through the observation window, Gerald watched Ambassador Thorol pace nervously, his attention divided between the monitoring equipment and his communicator. The ambassador's gill slits flared rhythmically, a sign of extreme stress Gerald now understood intimately through his connection with Cora. "My father fears what we're becoming," Cora communicated. "He knows what this means." "What does it mean?" Gerald asked through their mental link. Images flowed between them. Ancient Zarantine texts showing patterns identical to the bioluminescence now emanating from their skin. Sealed historical archives, suggesting deliberate suppression of evidence pointing to shared origins between humans and Zarantines. Cora's gradual discovery of discrepancies in her people's historical record doctoring her research on human physiology. "I didn't come here just to steal your technology," she admitted, her thoughts tinged with shame and perseverance. "I needed to confirm what I suspected, that our species aren't alien to each other at all. We share common ancestors." The lab door slid open with a pneumatic hiss. Commander Khatri entered, her expression grim as she approached Dr. Holmes. Though Gerald couldn't hear our conversation through the tank, Cora's enhanced senses captured it perfectly, sharing it through their connection. "We have a situation," Khatri said. "Commander Jurex of the Tidal Sovereign has boarded with 20 armed guards. They've secured the diplomatic wing and are demanding access to this section. Lieutenant Vasquez has implemented Delta 7 protocols, but we're outnumbered." Dr. Holmes glanced at the tank. "We can't interrupt the procedure yet. Cora's stabilizing, but their systems are interconnected in ways we don't fully understand. Separation too soon could harm them both." Ambassador Thorell stepped forward. "The Tidal Sovereign carries direct orders from the High Council. My daughter must be returned to Zarantine custody immediately." Gerald felt Cora's fear spike through their connection. Images of Commander Jurex flashed between Thema Tall, imposing Zarantine with elaborately styled gill plates denoting his elite military status, his uncompromising adherence to racial purity doctrines, his reputation for eliminating contaminants to Zarantine biology. "He'll kill you," DRRA projected, "and destroy all evidence of what's happening between us." The nutrient solution surrounding them intensified its glow, responding to their emotional state. The liquid crystallized along the edges of the tank, forming intricate structures that resembled intertwined DNA helicesumen and Zarantine genetic patterns locked together in configurations that defied conventional xenobiology. Dr. Holmes approached the tank, examining the doctor, stylization with professional fascination despite the crisis unfolding around them. "This is extraordinary. The radiation signatures match ancient stellar formation patterns documented in both Earth and Zarantine astronomical records." Ambassador Thorell moved to a control panel, his fingers hovering over the emergency override. "This must stop immediately. The biological implications are too dangerous." Dr. Holmes blocked his access. "Touch those controls and you'll kill them both." While this confrontation unfolded, Gerald felt the nutrient solution's properties changing around them. The liquid became more responsive to their combined biological processes, facilitating accelerated cellular adaptation. His skin tingled as patches developed faint iridescence, pulsing in harmony with his breathing. Cora's gill structures subtly reshaped, becoming more flexible and efficient in the human-compatible atmosphere. "Something's happening to us," Gerald thought. "We're evolving," Cora responded, "becoming what both our species were meant to be." Through their connection, Gerald felt the weight of her discovery. During her research, she had uncovered fragments suggesting both humans and Zarantines had been genetically modified by unknown forces in their distant past, their compatibility deliberately suppressed to keep the species separated. Ambassador Thorell's attention snapped to the tank as the bioluminescent patterns intensified, forming configurations that caused him visible distress. His gill slits contracted, complete a lithe Zarantine equivalent of holding one's breath. "Those patterns," he whispered, loud enough for Dr. Holmes to hear. "They're sacred ancestral markings. How is this possible? Those configurations are known only to the highest echelons of our priesthood." Commander Khatri's communicator activated. "Commander, Zarantine forces are approaching Dr. Medical Section B. Lieutenant Vasquez reports they're using override codes to bypass security lockdowns." "Stall them," Khatri ordered. "Non-lethal defensive measures only. We cannot risk interspecies conflict." Ambassador Thorell stared at the luminescent patterns emanating from Gerald and Cora, his political ambitions visibly warring with deeper knowledge. "The rejoining," he murmured. "Just as the ancient texts described." Dr. Holmes checked the medical readouts. "Their condition has stabilized enough for extraction. We need to get them out before Jurex arrives." As the medical team prepared to separate them, Gerald felt Cora's gill filaments tighten against his skin, resisting the impending disconnection. Their bodies had formed temporary vascular connections, allowing direct blood exchange between them. The sensation was intensely intimate, reminiscent of ancient rituals. Cora's cultural memory, identified as sacred mating procedures. The station's security alarms intensified. Through the lab's reinforced doors, Gerald heard the unmistakable sound of Zarantine voices demanding entry. "Don't let them separate us yet," Cora's thoughts pressed urgently against his. "There's more you need to know." In their shared mentadoctor pace, Cora revealed her deepest fear. Commander Zhu Doctor represented a radical faction within Zarantine society, one that would maintain their myth of biological uniqueness at any cost, even genocide if necessary. The lab doors shuddered as override commands were entered from outside. Ambassador Thorell made an unexpected decision, activating his emergency diplomatic codes to seal the inner doors, locking himself inside with Gerald, Cora, Dr. Holmes, and 2 medical assistants. "What are you doing?" Dr. Holmes demanded. "Initiating the Ancestral V Doctor, Ication Protocol," Ambassador Thorell announced through the communication system, his voice carrying to those outside. "By sacred Zarantine law, this ceremony cannot be interrupted." This declaration created immediate confusion among the Zarantine forces outside. Gerald felt the ripple of uncertainty through Cora's understanding of her culture's protocols. "It's a sacred rite," she explained. "Even military commanders must stand down during its performance." Dr. Holmes seized this opportunity, quickly finishing the extraction procedure. As Gerald and Cora emerged from the nutrient bath, their skin continued to glow with subtle bioluminescence. Medical scans revealed the extent of their transformation. Approximately 5% of their active genetic expressions now matched, a phenomenon that rewrote fundamental assumptions of xenobiology. The surveillance systems in the chamber flickered and failed as crystallized particles from the nutrient solution emitted energy signatures that interfered with electronic equipment. In this moment of privacy, Gerald and Cora found themselves standing close, their bodies instinctively drawn together. With surveillance temporarily blinded, Gerald reached for Cora's hand. Where their skin touched, biochemical reactions created ripples of sensation that intensified their awareness of each other. The residual nutrient solution on their skin seemed to dance between them, doctor-eating microscopic bridges from one body to the other. "I can still feel you," Gerald thought, discovering their telepathic connection remained intact despite physical separation. "We will always be connected now," Cora responded, her thoughts carrying emotions too complex for words. Attraction, fear, wonder, and drive intertwined. Their bodies moved closer, drawn by biological imperatives and genuine emotional connection. As their foreheads touched, energy readings on Dr. Holmes's equipment spiked dramatically, indicating accelerated changes in their cellular structures. Ambassador Thor Doctor observed these patterns with growing recognition, his political facade crumbling before ancient knowledge he could no longer deny. As their foreheads touched, the nutrient solution adhering to their skin began to crystallize. Delicate patterns formed between them, growing outward from the points where their bodies connected. The crystalline structures spread across their skin, then leaped to nearby surfaces, coating equipment and walls. Why, Doctor, intricate geometric formations. Dr. Holmes stepped back, watching in astonishment as the crystals climbed the observation window in fractal patterns. "These formations, they're not random." Ambassador Thorell's attention fixed on the spreading crystalline network. His breathing quickened, gill slits fluttering rapidly as he recognized the patterns emerging around them. "Those are sacred symbols," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Configurations from our most ancient texts." Dr. Holmes checked her scanner, and these branches Herathi follow human DNA sequencing patterns. "It's as if the crystal structure is writing out both our genetic codes simultaneously." Gerald felt Cora's wonder mixing with his own through their persistent telepathic connection. The crystals pulsed with soft light, responding to their shared emotional state. "It's beautiful, Gerald Doctor. It's answering us," Cora responded, her mental voice filled with awe. Ambassador Thorl moved with sudden purpose, reaching into a concealed pocket in his diplomatic robes. He withdrew a small, metallic object approximately the size of his palm circular, with intricate etchings that matched some of the crystal patterns spreading across the chamber. "The ancestral resonator," he said, his professional demeanor cracking to reveal genuine reverence. "I never thought I would need to use it." Dr. Holmes stepped toward him. "What is that device?" "A relic, one passed down through diplomatic lineages since before recorded Zarantine history." Thorl's fingers traced specific points on the device. It was created to verify certain truths should they ever manifest. He pressed a recess section at the center of the device. It activated with a soft hum, projecting a field of energy that caused the crystalline formations to respond instantly. The entire network illuminated with intense blue-white light, the patterns shifting to create new configurations that spread across every surface. "The patterns match," Ambassador Thorl said, his voice now trembling. "Exactly as described in the forbidden texts." Outside the sealed chamber doors, the sounds of confrontation grew louder. Commander Zurex's voice carried through the reinforced barriers. "The ancestral verification protocol is invalid. Human contamination nullifies all sacred rites. Prepare breaching equipment immediately." Commander Khatri's voice responded through the station's communication system. "This is Commander Sophia Khatri of Nexus 7. Your actions constitute a direct violation of Diplomatic Protection Statute 17B. Stand down immediately." Through the chamber's surveillance monitors, Gerald saw Lieutenant Vasquez and her security team taking defensive positions at all access points to the medical wing. They deployed non-lethal barrier fields and prepared concentrated EMP devices calibrated to disable Zarantine combat suits without causing physical harm. Ambassador Thorl activated the chamber's communication panel. "Aid Nelari, respond." A Zarantine voice answered promptly. "Ambassador, I am here. I need the ancestral text from my private quarters." "The sealed case be Dr. Ath my meditation pool. Use diplomatic override sequence Thetis 937 to access it." "Yes, Ambassador, but Commander Zurex has ordered, invoke my personal diplomatic authority. Hurry." Gerald and Cora stood close together, their transformed skins still humming with shared energy. Gerald noticed new sensations developing across his body, patches of skin along his torso now displayed iridescent patterns that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. The patterns grew more pronounced when Cora was near. Dr. Holmes scanned them both with medical equipment. "Gerald, your epidermis is developing specialized chromatophores similar to Zarantine dermal layers. And Cora, your gill structures are adapting to process oxygen more efficiently in our atmosphere." Cora touched Gerald's transformed skin, sending a wave of sensation through both of them simultaneously. Each felt the touch from both perspectives. Cora experienced the pressure of her fingers against his skin, while Gerald felt the texture of his skin against her fingertips. The dual sensation created an intimacy unlike anything either had experienced. "I can feel what you feel, Doctor," Gerald projected, amazed. "Our neural pathways are synchronizing," Cora responded, sharing images from her scientific knowledge. "The transformation is accelerating." The station shuddered as the tidal sovereign adjusted its position in orbit. Commander Khatri's voice came through the communication system again. "Ambassador Thorl, we've detected weapons systems powering up on the tidal sovereign. They're threatening orbital bombardment if we don't surrender Cora and all research data within one planetary rotation." Dr. Holmes checked her medical scanner again, her expression shifting from scientific curiosity to astonishment. "The genetic harmonization between you two has increased to 12%. That's more than double what we observed earlier, and it's still climbing." Ambassador Thorl approached Gerald and Cora, the ancestral resonator still active in his hand. The device's energy field caused their transformed skin to glow more intensely wherever it passed near them. "I have spent my career promoting Zarantine superiority," Thorol said, his voice heavy with revelation. "Our historical records taught us we evolved independently, that we are biologically unique among sentient species." He gestured to the resonating crystal patterns. "But these patterns confirm what our most ancient, 4 by Doctor, N texts suggest that both our species were engineered by common ancestors." "The progenitors," Cora said aloud, sharing information that flowed between their connected minds. Thorol's gill slits flared in surprise. "How do you know that name? It appears in only our most restricted texts." "I see it in Gerald's mind," she explained, "and he sees it in mine, knowledge passing between us that neither possessed individually." Gerald felt new sensations along his spinea, tingling awareness that extended beyond his physical body. Dr. Holmes directed her scanner toward this area. "You're both developing specialized neural tissues along your spinal columns," she reported. "The structures appear designed to amplify whatever telepathic connection you've established." Ambassador Thorol moved to a Dr. RB terminal, using his diplomatic authentication to access the station's historical database. "Computer, search for astronomical references common to both human and Zarantine ancient records." The system processed his request, displaying results on the main screen. Multiple stellar configurations appeared, highlighted with translation notes. "There," Thorol pointed. "Both our species independently named this star system with terms that translate to cradle of origins. It lies precisely between Earth and the Zarantine homeworld." Dr. Holmes examined the astronomical data. "That can't be coincidence." The intimacy between Gerald and Cora intensified as their transformed Doctor, Ion, progressed. When their hands intertwined, their transformed skin developed temporary vascular connections, microscopic capillaries, reaching across the boundary between their doctored eyes, allowing direct exchange of blood and biochemical signals. Each touch sent cascades of pleasure through their nervous systems, their bodies producing specialized pheromones that interacted with the crystalline formations surrounding them. The crystals pulsed in synchronization with their shared biorhythms. "Their pheromone release contains genetic information," Dr. Holmes noted, checking her equipment. "They're literally programming each other's DNA through chemical signals." Commander Khatri's voice came through the communication system again. "Dr. Holmes, I've received authorization from Admiral Reeves at Earth Central Command. We are to protect Gerald at all costs. His transformation represents a potential breakthrough in human-alien relations. 3 advanced vessels have been dispatched to our position, but they're 12 hours out." Lieutenant Vasquez's voice broke in. "Commander, we've intercepted communications from the tidal sovereign. Commander Jurex carries secret orders to eliminate all evidence of genetic compatibility, including terminating Cora if necessary." Ambassador Thorol's expression hardened. "Those orders violate our most sacred diplomatic protocols. They must come from the military faction, not the High Council." A loud explosion rocked the outer medical bay as Zarantine breaching teams cut through the security doors. Through the surveillance monitors, Gerald saw Lieutenant Vasquez's team engaging with Zarantine forces. First, direct military confrontation between humans and Zarantines on Nexus 7. Commander Khatri's voice announced, implementing protocol shattered mirror. Hidden emitters throughout the medical wing activated, creating perfect holographic duplicates of security personnel that moved independently, confusing the Zarantine forces as they advanced. Inside the chamber, the crystalline formations reached critical mass, emitting a field of bioluminescence that enveloped Gerald and Cora. The field exerted a subtle gravitational influence, drawing them physically closer together. Their bodies pressed together, skin against transformed skin. Gerald felt the neural structures that had developed along their spines align perfectly as they embraced. The structures illuminated beneath their skin, creating a visible glow that traced their vertebrae. The moment their bodies fully connected, the crystalline formation surrounding them reconfigured rapidly, forming a massive double helix interwoven with Zarantine genetic matrices. The structure projected a concentrated beam of energy that scanned them from head to toe. When the scan completed, the crystal structure projected a holographic star map above them, detailed coordinates pointing to a specific planet in the cradle of origin system. The coordinates displayed in both ancient human numerical systems and Zarantine mathematical notation. A loud commotion outside the chamber drew their attention to the security feed. Ambassador Thoral's aide had arrived, flanked by diplomatic guards, carrying an ornate water-resistant case. Lieutenant Vasquez provided covering fire as the aide approached the chamber's specialized transfer port. "Get down!" Vasquez shouted as Zarantine weapons fire struck the wall behind them. The aide slid the case through the transfer port just as Commander Zurex's forces breached the final security checkpoint. Ambassador Thoral retrieved the case, opening it to reveal ancient texts inscribed on thin sheets of metallic material. He carefully examined the contents, his expression shifting from concentration to astonishment. "All here," he said. Detailed instructions for the rejoining a process where genetically compatible representatives of both our species physically and spiritually unite. He looked up at Gerald and Cora, still embracing within the crystalline energy field. "According to these texts, your union will activate dormant genetic programming, revealing the location of the progenitor's legacy technology and knowledge that would allow both our species to transcend our current limitations." The holographic star map flickered, coordinates shifting and becoming unstable. Dr. Holmes checked her instruments. "The map is destabilizing. It needs additional input to lock onto the final coordinates." Ambassador Thoral studied the ancient text again. "The map will only stabilize with biochemical markers produced during the ceremonial union." He looked up at Gerald and Cora. "The ceremony requires a level of physical intimacy that matches what is developing between you." Gerald and Cora faced each other within the energy field, their transformed bodies humming with shared sensations. Their telepathic connection allowed complete understanding of each other's thoughts and emotions. "This isn't just biological manipulation," Gerald projected. "What I feel for you began before the transformation." "I know," Cora responded. "The change simply removed barriers that would normally prevent us from connecting this way." Ambassador Thoral stepped forward, formal and respectful. "I officially request that you consider completing the ceremony not merely for scientific discovery, but to fulfill what appears to be a destiny encoded in both our species' genetic heritage." The chamber's communication system activated again, this time with an unfamiliar Zarantine voice. "Commander Zurex, this is High Council Member Vorzel. Your previous orders are hereby countermanded. You are to secure the chamber and its occupants intact. Harm to any beings within will be considered treason against the High Council." Gerald felt Cora's surprise mix with his own. The sudden reversal suggested political maneuvering within Zarantine leadership, different factions vying for control over their discovery. The crystalline structure surrounding them pulsed more intensely, the holographic map continuing to fluctuate as it awaited their decision. Gerald and Cora stood at the threshold of a choice that would affect not just their own bodies, but potentially the future of both their species. Gerald and Cora faced each other in the pulsing light of the crystalline structure, their transformed bodies resonating with shared energy. Gerald's heartbeat synchronized with hers, creating a rhythm that seemed to echo through the chamber itself. "We have a choice to make," Gerald projected, the thought flowing effortlessly through their connection. Cora's eyes, now containing hints of human pigmentation around the irises, met his. Not just for us. They exchanged a single look that communicated volumes through their telepathic bond, fear, anticipation, and something deeper that had formed between them before any transformation had occurred. "We'll proceed with the ceremony," Gerald announced, his voice steady despite the gravity of their deck doctor on. Ambassador Thorol nodded solemnly and turned his attention to the ancient texts. He spread the thin metallic sheets carefully across a sterile surface, the water-resistant material catching the light from the crystalline formations. "These instructions are written in our most ancient script," Thorol said, his gill slits fluttering with concentration. "The ceremonial procedure is detailed with remarkable precision." His fingers traced the alien symbols as he translated. "It speaks of a union that transcends doctor, physical boundaries, what our ancestors called the rejoining." "Doctor." Holmes moved to a nearby control panel, her fingers working with practiced efficiency. "I'm adjusting environmental conditions to accommodate both physiologies," she explained. "Temperature, humidity, atmospheric composition all calibrated to optimal levels." The chamber's systems hummed as they reconfigured. Gerald felt the air change subtly around them, becoming neither fully Earth standard nor Zarantine, but something uniquely balanced between the two. "I'm positioning monitoring equipment to record the ceremony," Dr. Holmes continued, placing sensors at strategic points around the chamber. "For scientific documentation." She paused, meeting their eyes. "I'll maintain distance to provide privacy during the intimate aspects." The crystalline formations surrounding them began to move, shifting and rearranging themselves without any visible mechanism. They formed a circular platform that rose several centimeters from the floor, creating a ceremonial space bathed in soft bioluminescence that perfectly matched the patterns now permanently etched into Gerald's skin. Ambassador Thorol retrieved an ornate container from the case his aide had delivered. "The ceremonial oils," he explained, opening it to reveal vials of iridescent liquid. "According to the texts, these must be applied to specific points on your bodis location where your hybrid physiologies have developed specialized sensory organs." Gerald watched as Thorol carefully applied the oil to Cora's skin, his movements pedoctorous and reverent. When Thorol approached Gerald, he felt a moment of uncertainty, then relaxed as the ambassador applied the oil with the same care he had shown his daughter. The oil absorbed immediately into Gerald's transformed skin, sending waves of sensation through his nervous system. Every point where the oil had touched became hypersensitive, receptive to the slightest change in air current or temperature. Gerald saw Cora shiver with similar sensitivity. "I can feel you," Cora projected, "even without touching." DRE Chamber's communication system activated with Commander Khatri's voice. "Dr. Holmes, be advised a new Zarantine vessel has entered the system. They identify as the Abyssal Covenant." Ambassador Thorol's head lifted sharply. "The flagship of the Progressive Evolutionary Coalition," he explained, "led by Elder Scientist Mara Vex. The vessel has positioned itself between the tidal Sovereign and Nexus 7, Khatri continued. Elder Scientist Mara V. Doctor has established communication and presented documentation from the Zarantine High Council Science Directorate that supersedes Commander Jurex's authority." "Doctor." Holmes exchanged glances with Thorol. "This changes the power dynamic considerably. Mara Vex has advocated for years that humans and Zarantines share common ancestry," Thorol explained. "Her arrival suggests the High Council takes these developments seriously." The security feed showed Zarantine security personnel in distinctive uniforms moving through the station alongside Lieutenant Vasquez's team. "They're establishing a joint security perimeter," Dr. Holmes observed. "The first of its kind," Thorol added, a note of wonder in his voice. On the feed, Commander Jurex stood rigidly while Elder Scientist Mara Vexa, Zarantine female, with elaborately patterned gill structures indicating advanced age and status, spoke with Commander Khatri. Jurex's posture communicated terrifying resentment. "It's time," Ambassador Thorol said, returning their attention to the ceremony. "Please position yourselves on the platform according to these diagrams." Gerald and Cora stepped onto the crystalline platform, arranging themselves as indicated in the ancient illustrations. Their bodies aligned with precise geometry, Cora's specialized gill structures positioned directly against the transformed sections of Gerald's torso. The residual nutrient solution on their skin activated on contact, becoming a conductive medium that intensified every sensation. Gerald felt a surge of pleasure from the contact points, amplified through their telepathic connection, so that each experienced the other's response simultaneously. Their bodies began changing again, adapting to each other with increasing speed. Gerald felt his muscles shifty, Doctor, reconfiguring to better complement Cora's flexibility. Through their connection, he sensed her endoskeletal structures developing reinforcements that mimicked human bone density patterns. T-Doctor neural structures along their spines illuminated brightly, visible even through their skin, forming matching patterns that pulsed in synchronization. "The binding lights," Thorol whispered in awe. "The texts say this confirms the ceremony is proceeding correctly." The chamber door opened, admitting elder scientist Mara Vex. The elderly Zarantine moved with surprising grace, her elaborate robes shifting around her as she approached Dr. Holmes. "I've brought specialized monitoring equipment," she announced, her voice melodic with the distinctive Zarantine harmonics. "There are aspects of the ceremony invisible to human technology." Dr. Holmes helped her set up the equipment, their scientific curiosity temporarily overriding any cultural differences. "Remarkable," Mara Vex said, studying the readouts. "They aren't simply engaged in physical intimacy, their dormant DNA sequences are activating, expressing proteins that further modify their physiologies." Gerald was barely aware of the scientist's observations. His focus had narrowed to Cora and the increasingly intense connection between them. Their hearts beat in precise harmony, their breathing synchronized into a single rhythm. Every nerve ending fired in coordinated patterns that generated waves of pleasure beyond anything he had ever experienced. The specialized glands that had developed along their bodies released pheromones that saturated the chamber, triggering a dramatic response from the crystalline formations surrounding them. The holographic star map suddenly stabbed by Dr. Ed above them, the coordinates of the Cradle of Origin system locking into place with unprecedented clarity. Additional information appeared in the projection technical schematics for an advanced propulsion system, unlike anything Gerald had seen in Earth's technological archives. "The path home," Ambassador Thorol read from the ancient text. "The progenitors left the means to reach their legacy for those who successfully completed the rejoining." As Gerald and Cora maintained their connection, their complete genetic profiles appeared in the holographic display, revealing complex patterns within their DNA. "These aren't random mutations," Dr. Holmes said, studying the display. "They're precise activations of previously dormant sequences." She looked up at elder scientist Mara. "This almost looks like executable code." "Genetic instructions," Mara agreed, adjusting her instruments. When fully activated, they might transform human and Zarantine biology in fundamental ways. On the security feed, Commander Jurex was visible on the bridge of the tidal Sovereign, activating a small device partially concealed by his hand. Lieutenant Vasquez's voice came through the communication system. "Commander Khatri, we've detected an encrypted transmission from the tidal Sovereign to an unknown destination. We can't crack the encryption." Gerald and Cora gradually separated from their embrace, though the connection between them remained strong. Gerald became aware of new structures beneath his skinfully functional gill structures that hadn't been there before. Cora's respiratory system had similarly transformed, now capable of processing oxygen in Earth-normal atmospheres without assistance. Their skin colors had partially merged. Gerald's formerly tan complexion now displayed iridescent blue patterns in precise geometric formations, while Cora's blue skin had developed warmer human-like tones in complementary patterns. The chamber's communication system activated again. "Commander Khatri, this is Captain Marcus Rivera of the UES Intrepid. We've arrived with the Dauntless and Horizon as ordered by Admiral Dr. Reeves. Earth Central Command has authorized a joint expedition to the coordinates revealed by the ceremony." Ambassador Thorell approached Cora, his expression complex with conflicting emotions. He studied her transformed appearance, a challenge to everything he had been raised to. "Doctor, a leave about Zarantine purity." After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Gerald and placed his hand formally on Gerald's shoulder. "Kin of my kin," Thorell pronounced in the formal cadence of ancient Zarantine tradition. The words seemed to cost him effort, but his voice grew stronger as he continued. "The bond between you is recognized under the oldest laws of our people. Doctor." Holmes and elder scientist Mara were already organizing the vast data collected during the ceremony, establishing the foundation for what they provisionally named convergent xenogenetics. This confirms that humans and Zarantines share significant portions of their genetic heritage, Dr. Holmes said, examining a particularly complex strand of data. "It contradicts centuries of assumed evolutionary history for both our species." Gerald and Cora stood together, accepting the implications of their transformation. Their permanently altered biology drew curious glances from both human and Zarantine personnel in the chamber. Some looked on with scientific fascinati, doctor, others with something approaching religious awe, and a few with barely concealed discomfort. "They don't know what to make of us," Gerald projected through their connection. Cora's response carried a complex mix of emotions. "We don't fully know ourselves yet, but we'll discover it together." Captain Rivera's voice came through the communication system again. "Commander Khatri, we're prepared to serve as primary transport for the expedition team. Please forward the roster of personnel as soon as it's finalized." Commander Khatri entered the chamber with a data tablet. "We're assembling the expedition team now," she announced. "Gerald and Cora will be central figures with Dr. Holmes and elder scientist Mara leading the scientific team. Lieutenant Vasquez will head security, and Ambassador Thorell will represent diplomatic interests." "What about Commander Jurex?" elder scientist Mara asked, her tone carefully neutral. "Officially, his military responsibilities require his return to Zarantine territory," Khatri replied. "Unofficially, after Thaw Doctor, encrypted transmission, I don't trust his commitment to cooperation." Gerald examined his transformed hands, still adjusting to the patterns that now decorated his skin. The data extracted from the crystalline formations played across the holographic display, showing references to biological ascension, a process that might explain why the progenitors engineered two separate descendant species. The text suggests that only through recombination of deliberately separated genetic lines could the full potential of the original species be safely restored, Ambassador Thorell explained, studying the ancient records. What were the progenitors' ultimate intentions for their descendants? Dr. Holmes wondered aloud. Gerald looked at Cora, their new bond humming between them with possibilities neither had imagined before their transformation. "I think," Gerald projected, "we're about to find out." "I think," Gerald projected, "we're about to find out." 5 days later, Gerald floated in the specialized quarters aboard the UES Intrepid, his transformed body suspended in the aquatic section of their hybrid living space. The room was a marvel of engineering, half standard atmospheric conditions for his still partially human needs, half filled with Zarantine-compatible water for Cora and his increasingly aquatic adaptations. He watched Cora glide through the water toward him, her movements fluid and graceful. Doctor. The iridescent patterns on her skin pulsed with a soft blue glow that matched the similar markings now covering portions of his body. You should rest, she projected, her thoughts flowing into his mind with increasing clarity. Your readings from the morning scans showed elevated neural activity. Gerald extended his hand, watching how the webbing between his fingers had thickened since their departure from Nexus 7. I feel fine. Better than fine, Doctor, see Tooley. Their fingers intertwined, sending a cascade of shared sensations through their nervous systems. What began as simple telepathic communication had evolved into something far more profound, a neural bridge that deepened each time they touched. Dr. Holmes had documented this progression with meticulous precision. The integration of your neural pathways is accelerating, she had explained during yesterday's examination. The changes appear to Dr. Lowe a predetermined sequence encoded in your activated DNA. A gentle chime indicated a scheduled check-in. Gerald and Cora separated reluctantly, Gerald pulling himself onto the atmospheric side of their quarters and activating the communication panel. Dr. Holmes appeared on the screen, elder scientist Mara visible in the laboratory behind her. Gerald, Cora of Mad Doctor, significant progress analyzing your tissue samples. Mara moved closer to the screen, her elaborate gill structures shifting with excitement. These aren't random mutations. The changes in your physiology follow precise genetic protocols that were dormant in both human and Zarantine DNA. The sequences activate only under specific conditions, Dr. Holmes added. Physical intimacy between compatible individuals appears to be the trigger mechanism. Gerald felt Cora's presence in his mind, her thoughts mingling with his own. The progenitors built safeguards, she projected. They wanted to ensure recombination occurred only under the right circumstances. We're establishing a comprehensive map of the activation sequence, Dr. Holmes continued. If you're willing, we'd like to conduct another examination this afternoon. Of course, Gerald replied, noting the intensity in both scientists' expressions. Their collaboration had quickly evolved from cautious professional interest to genuine scientific passion. After ending the transmission, Gerald moved toward the interface between the atmospheric and aquatic sections. His transformed respiratory system allowed him to breathe in both environments, though he still felt most comfortable in the air. I dreamed about them again last night, he projected to Cora. The progenitors. Cora swam closer to the interface. I saw it too. The crystal cities beneath twin moons. Their shared dreams had started on the second night of the journey, vivid visions of an advanced civilization that felt simultaneously alien and familiar. Towering structures of crystalline DRL, similar to the formations in the rejoining chamber. Beings that moved between land and water with equal ease. Technology that responded to thought as readily as touch. Do you think they're memories? Gerald asked, genetic memories somehow preserved in our DNA. Before Cora could respond, the ship's alert system activated. Captain Rivera's voice filled their quarters. All personnel report to the doctor, nated stations. Medical team to examination room 3 immediately. Gerald felt a sudden spike of concern through their connection. He quickly dressed in the specialized uniform designed for his transformed body and headed toward the corridor, Cora emerging from the aquatic section to join him. They arrived at the examination room to find Dr. Holmes preparing various instruments. Gerald, perfect timing. I'd like to run a complete neural scan before. The words died on her lips as Gerald collapsed. His body convulsed violently, his respiratory system spasming as his lungs and Yuli formed gill structures fought against each other. The bioluminescent patterns on his skin flashed erratically, his nervous system misfiring. Get him stabilized, Dr. Holmes shouted to the medical team. His hybrid physiology is rejecting his human respiratory functions. Through waves of pain, Gerald felt Cora's panic bleeding into his consciousness. The medical team worked frantically, but each treatment seemed to trigger new complications. His transformed biology followed rules they were still struggling to understand. Elder scientist Mara burst into the room, analyzing the readings on the medical equipment. His systems are out of balance. The transformation is progressing too rapidly in some areas, too slowly in others. What do we do? Dr. Holmes demanded. Mara's gill structures flattened against her neck, a Zarantine expression of intense concentration. He needs complete immersion in Zarantine-compatible water and direct physical contact with Cora. Their bodies will stabilize each other. Captain Rivera arrived, quickly assessing the situation. What do you need? A large aquatic environment, Mara replied, larger than their quarters. Convert Cargo Bay 3, Rivera ordered without hesitation. We'll use the water reserves from the Abyssal Covenant. The next few hours passed in a blur for Gerald. The pain receded slightly when Cora touched him, her presence in his mind offering a tether to hold onto as his body betrayed him. He was vaguely aware of being transported to the cargo bay, now flooded with Zarantine water. When they finally lowered him into the improvised aquatic chamber, the effect was immediate. His gill structures expanded, functioning properly for the first time. Cora slipped into the water beside him, her body naturally aligning with his in the weightless environment. The moment their skin made full contact, Gerald felt a rush of biochemical exchanges between them. His erratic vital signs stabilized, heartbeats synchronizing with hers. Their neural connection deepened beyond anything they had experienced before. I can feel everything you feel, he projected in wonder. Neural somatic doctor. Onance, Cora responded, the scientific term flowing from her consciousness to his. Our bodies are learning to communicate directly. They floated together in the water, the hybrid physiology they now shared continuing its complex dance of transformation. Through their enhanced connection, Gerald became aware of Cora's complete physical experience, the way the water flowed across her skin, the rhythm of her heartbeat, the subtle adjustments of her transformed musculature. This new intimacy transcended physical pleasure, creating a feedback loop of sensation that accelerated their biological synchronization. The medical team monitored from a distance, documenting readings that defied conventional understanding of human or Zarantine physiology. It's deliberate, Dr. Holmes said quietly to elder scientist Mara as they observed. This isn't a side effect, it's a feature of their genetic programming. The progenitors designed this, Mara agreed. A mechanism to ensure complete integration once the process began. From across the cargo bay, Ambassador Thorell watched with growing concern. The political implications of Gerald and Cora's transformation extended far beyond scientific discovery. When the medical staff's attention was focused elsewhere, he slipped away, making his way to a secure communication station. His fingers moved quickly over the control panel, establishing an encrypted channel to moderate factions within the Zarantine government. The transformation continues to advance, he reported quietly. We must secure protection for them before news reaches those who would view this as a threat to our genetic identity. Unknown to Thorell, Lieutenant Vasquez's security systems had flagged the encrypted transmission. Instead of immediately reporting it, she approached the ambassador directly as he finished his communication. Ambassador, she said, causing him to turn sharply. Your concern for their safety aligns with mine. Thorell's gill structures flattened defensively. You monitored my private communications. I monitor all communications, Vasquez corrected. That's my job. She moved closer, lowering her voice. I'm offering cooperation, not confrontation. They'll need protection from both our species' extremists. Before Thorell could respond, the ship's warning system activated. Captain Rivera's voice came through the communication system. Navigation, report. What's happening to our propulsion systems? Gerald and Cora felt the vibration in the water around them, their enhanced senses detecting subtle shifts in the ship's movement. Through their connection, they simultaneously perceived something the instruments hadn't yet registered: red patterns in the gravitational fluctuations surrounding the fleet. The coordinates Gerald projected. They're not just leading us to a location. They're guiding us through a passage. Cora completed his thought. Look at the stellar configuration. Together, they perceived what the navigation systems couldn't: a complex interplay of gravitational forces created by multiple neutron stars, forming a corridor that periodically reconfigured itself. On the bridge, Navigator Cellini reported with confusion. "Captain, the propulsion systems are adjusting automatically. They're following protocols embedded in the schematics we received during the rejoining ceremony." Captain Rivera studied the readings with concern. Where exactly are these protocols taking us? The answer came not from the navigation team but from Cargo Bay 3, where Gerald and Cora had insisted on being brought to the bridge despite their medical situation. Their skin patterns pulsed in synchronized sequences as they projected their shared understanding. "The corridor shifts," Gerald explained, his voice rough from the recent respiratory crisis. "The coordinates account for these shifts, guiding us through safely. Standard sensors can't detect the pattern," Cora added, "but we can see it." Navigator Cellini looked skeptical until Gerald and Cora described gravitational fluctuations that her instruments detected moments after they predicted them. The evidence was undeniable. Their hybrid perception provided awareness of phenomena invisible to conventional technology. As they navigated the complex stellar region, the communication system suddenly activated with a fragmented message from CDR, Ander Khatri, "Captain Rivera, Jurex has coup on Nexus 7, extremist faction. Be on alert for danger to the expedition." The message dissolved into static, the navigational anomaly distorting the transmission beyond recovery. "Security protocols to Level 2, Rivera ordered immediately. "Lieutenant Vasquez, the doctor, why additional personnel to critical areas?" Ambassador Thorell exchanged meaningful glances with Vasquez, their earlier conversation taking on new urgency. On the fourth day of their journey, Gerald and Cora's guidance became indispensable as instrumental readings grew increasingly unreliable. Their enhanced perception allowed them to anticipate gravitational shifts before they occurred, providing Navigator Cellini with critical course corrections. Dr. Holmes noticed something unexpected during these navigation sessions. "They're emitting energy signatures," she reported to Captain Rivera. "Frequencies that match artifacts discovered on both Earth and the Zarantine homeworld centuries ago. The religious symbols," elder scientist Mara asked, her interest piqued. "The very same," Dr. Holmes confirmed. "It appears they're not just changed, become living keys designed to access whatever awaits us." As they approached the coordinates, long-range sensors detected an artificial structure orbiting an uncharted planet. The structure remained dormant until they crossed a specific threshold, then activated with startling suddenness. A scanning beam swept across both vessels, lingering on Doctor's section containing Gerald and Cora. The structure generated a localized field that enveloped the ships, neutralizing their propulsion systems while simultaneously protecting them from the gravitational distortions. A communication signal, broadcast in an unknown language that defeated all translation attempts. However, Gerald and Cora received the message directly through their telepathic connection, a greeting that resonated through their very beings. "Welcome, rejoined ones," the message conveyed. "The legacy of your ancestors awaits your return." The structure extended a docking mechanism perfectly configured to accommodate vessels of both human and Zarantine designate technological prescience that left the engineering team in awe. Captain Rivera assembled the exploration team. Gerald, Cora, Dr. Holmes, elder scientist Mara, Lieutenant Vasquez, and Ambassador Thorell. As they transferred to the structure through the docking mechanism, they entered an environment that automatically adjusted its atmospheric composition and gravity to accommodate their varied physiological needs. Gerald and Cora led the way, their transformed bodies reacting to the environment. The bioluminescent patterns on their skin synchronized with lighting systems that activated in their presence, illuminating a path deeper into the structure. They discovered a central chamber containing stasis pods arranged in a circular doctor, a turn around a central platform. Each pod held a preserved specimen, some resembling early humans, others proto-Zarantines, and most significantly, several showing various stages of hybrid physiology similar to Gerald and Cora's current state. When they approached the central platform together, it activated, generating a holographic representation of a being that shared characteristics of both species' apparent final evolutionary form the progenitors intended. The hologram initiated an interactive educational sequence. "We chose divergence to ensure survival," the holographic being explained in a voice that resonated on multiple frequencies. "The plague that threatened us required a genetic solution. We separated our genetic lines, seeding modified versions of ourselves on two compatible worlds." Dr. Holmes and elder scientist Mara documented these revelations with scientific precision, their earlier theories confirmed with each new disclosure. "The separation was always meant to be temporary," the hologram continued. "When both evolutionary branches achieved sufficient advancement, rejoining would restore what was divided." Before they could process these revelations fully, alarms blared from both vessels. Lieutenant Vasquez received an urgent communication: multiple ships entering the region, the tidal Sovereign and 3 Zarantine military vessels, weapons systems active. Ambassador Thorell, Dr. Gill's structures flattened against his neck. "Jurex, he's bringing his extremist faction here." Captain Rivera's voice came through Vasquez's communicator. "Prepare defensive systems." Ambassador Thorell attempt communication with the approaching fleet. Gerald and Cora suddenly tensed, their skin patterns flashing rapidly. Through their connection to the progenitor structure, they sensed automated defense systems activating in response to the approaching threat. Information flooded into their minds: technical schematics for advanced defensive and propulsion technologies left by the progenitors. The neural download provided crucial knowledge that could protect both the ex-doctor, Ishan, and the historical site, but the complexity threatened to overwhelm their hybrid neural pathways. "Something's happening to them, Doctor," Holmes said urgently, moving toward Gerald and Cora as they swayed unsteadily, their eyes unfocused as their minds processed the vast influx of data. Outside the structure, the tidal Sovereign and its escort vessels approached with clear hostile intent, weapons charged and targeting systems locked on both the U-Doctor, Intrepid, and the ancient progenitor facility. As the hologram's warnings echoed through the chamber, Gerald and Cora suddenly collapsed to their knees. Their skin patterns flashed erratically, no longer synchronized but chaotic, doctor pulsing with alarming intensity. "What's happening to them?" Ambassador Thorell asked, his normally composed demeanor cracking with concern. Dr. Holmes rushed forward, her medical scanner already in hand. "Neural overload. The structure is transmitting directly into their hybrid nervous systems." Gerald's body convulsed, his back arching as his eyes rolled back. Beside him, Cora Doctor fingers clawed at the floor, her transformed musculature spasming uncontrollably. Their skin patterns brightened to painful intensity, illuminating the ancient chamber with strobing light. "The data transfer is too rapid," Dr. Holmes explained, fumbling through her medical kit. "Their hybrid neural pathways aren't designed to process this volume of information." Lieutenant Vasquez joined her, steadying Cora's thrashing form. "Can you stop it?" "Not entirely." Dr. Holmes extracted small neural dampeners from her kit. but I can moderate the flow, hold them steady. She attached the first dampener to Gerald's temple, adjusting its settings as his convulsions immediately lessened. Moving quickly to Cora, she applied the second device, carefully calibrating it to allow information flow without overwhelming their systems. The dampeners are working, Dr. Holmes reported, monitoring the readings on her scanner. They're still receiving the data, but at a manageable rate. Gerald's breathing steadied first, his eyes focusing as he regained control. Defensive systems, he gasped, his voice strained. The structure was trying to transfer weapons protocols. Cora nodded weakly, her gill structures fluttering as she stabilized. We saw Jurex's fleet, their capabilities. The structure recognized the threat. Ambassador Thorell moved to the communication station, his fingers dancing across unfamiliar controls with surprising confidence. I'll attempt contact with the approaching vessels. Captain Rivera's voice cut through their comms. Ambassador, any progress? The tidal sovereign has locked weapons on both our ships. Establishing contact now, Captain. Thorell's gill structures flattened against his neck as the communication system activated. Commander Jurex, this is Ambassador Thorell. We request immediate cessation of hostile approach. This site contains historically significant. The response came as a burst of static followed by Jurex's cold voice. You speak with a traitor's tongue, Thorell. You doctor, resents among these humans confirms your betrayal of genetic purity. Their weapons are fully charged, Lieutenant Vasquez reported, checking tactical data on her wrist display. Our conventional defenses won't hold against their military vessels. Gerald struggled to his feet, Cora rising beside him. Their movements synchronized once more, the neural dampeners now allowing controlled access to the progenitor information. There's a defense system, Gerald said, his voice stronger. The structure can protect itself and us. Cora nodded, but we need to activate it from a specific chamber deeper inside. The need doctor, L download included its location. Captain Rivera's voice came through again. We need options, people. The tidal sovereign is moving into attack position. We'll split you, Doctor, Gerald decided. Cora and I need to reach the defense activation chamber. Dr. Holmes, Lieutenant Vasquez will need your help. Ambassador Thorell, Elder Scientist Mara, Cora added, remain here with Captain Rivera. Coordinate with the ships while we activate the defenses. Lieutenant Vasquez checked her weapon. I'll secure our path. Lead the way. They moved deeper into the structure, following Gerald and Cora's lead. The ancient facility responded to their presence, Illumi Doctor, ing pathways and opening sealed doors that had remained dormant for millennia. Their transformed skin patterns seemed to serve as living keys, each doorway scanning and recognizing their hybrid physiology. Remarkable, Dr. Holmes murmured, recording data on her scanner. The structure recognizes you as authorized users. They entered a vast chamber filled with preserved specimens and data terminals. Doctor. Holmes immediately gravitated toward the nearest terminal, her scientific curiosity momentarily overriding their urgent mission. These are complete genetic records, she exclaimed, scanning rapidly through appearing holographic displays. The entire evolutionary history of the progenitor species. Gerald paused, studying the displays. Look at these genetic markers. They confirm what the hologram told us. Both humans and Zarantines evolved from modified progenitor DNA. There's more, Dr. Holmes said, her voice dropping. The plague that forced their separation wasn't natural. It was engineered by a faction of progenitors who opposed genetic diversification. Cora's gill structures fluttered in agitation, like Jurex's purification movement. History repeating itself, Vasquez observed grimly. We need to move. The structure shuddered around them, and Vasquez's comm unit crackled with Rivera's voice. The tidal sovereign has opened fire on the Intrepid. The structure is somehow extending a protective field around our ships. The automatic defenses are active, Gerald explained, leading them forward with increased urgency. But they won't hold long against concentrated fire. They hurried through winding corridors that adjusted their environmental conditions in response to their passage temperature, humidity, and atmospheric composition, shifting to optimal parameters for their varied physiologies. "The chamber should be just ahead," Cora said, her transformed senses detecting subtle energy signature doctor through the walls. "Incoming transmission," Vasquez reported, checking her communicator. "Ambassador Thorl has sent emergency diplomatic codes to the Zarantine fleet. It's disrupting their targeting systems temporarily." "That buys us minutes at most," Gerald said as they reached the final doorway. The defense activation chamber opened before them, revealing a circular room dominated by 2 immersion pods filled with luminescent fluid. The liquid pulsed with the same bioluminescent patterns that marked Gerald and Cora's transformed skin. "The interface is clear," Gerald said, studying the control panel that activates their approach. "Cora and I need to immerse ourselves simultaneously to activate the defense grid." Lieutenant Vasquez immediately moved to secure the perimeter. "I'll establish a defensive position. Your ambassador bought us time, but Jurex's boarding parties will be coming." "Doctor." Holmes examined the pods with her scanner. "The fluid composition is similar to the nutrient solution used during your initial transformation. It appears designed to enhance your connection to the structure's systems." The structure shuddered again, more violently this time. "The protective field is weakening," Cora said, already removing her protective suit. "We need to hurry." Gerald followed suit, their transfo doctor, D-bodies revealing the full extent of their hybrid adaptations, gills along their ribcage, the subtle webbing between fingers, the intricate patterns flowing across their skin. "I'll monitor your vital signs," Dr. Holmes said, connecting her medical scanner to the chamber's systems. "The neural dampeners will remain active to prevent another overload." Gerald and Cora positioned themselves at the immersion pods. Their eyes met, a silent communication passing between them through their telepathic link. "Ready?" Gerald asked aloud. Cora nodded. Together, they stepped into the pods simultaneously, submerging their bodies in the luminescent fluid. The moment they were fully immersed, their skin patterns intensified, synchronizing with the rhythmic pulses of the surrounding technology. The fluid responded to their presence, swirling around them with increasing luminosity. Through the transparent walls of the pods, Dr. Holmes observed the rapid changes in their vital signs. Neural activity increasing exponentially, but the dampeners are holding. Their telepathic connection is strengthening. Within the pods, Gerald and Cora experienced a transformation of consciousness. Their individual awareness expanded beyond the boundaries of their bodies, merging with each other and with the ancient facility surrounding them. The separation between them dissolved as their neural patterns synchronized perfectly. "I feel everything," Cora's thoughts resonated through their shared consciousness. "The entire structure, every system, every sensor. We are connected to all of it," Gerald responded, his thoughts indistinguishable from hers. "The defense grid is accessible now." Together, their merged consciousness extended throughout the progenitor structure, perceiving every corridor, every chamber, every function as clearly as they sensed their own limbs. Through the external sensors, they witnessed Jurex's fleet surrounding the structure, weapons charged and targeting systems locked. With a synchronous mental command, they activated the primary defense grid. Energy surged through conduits that had lain dormant for millennia, channeling power to emitters positioned strategically across the structure's exterior. The system released precisely calibrated electromagnetic pulses that swept across Jurex's fleet, targeting their weapons systems with surgical precision. In the command center, Ambassador Thorl and Captain Rivera watched in amazement as the hostile vessel's weapons suddenly powered down. "They've neutralized their offensive capabilities without destroying the ships," Rivera observed, impressed by the elegant solution. Elder scientist Mara studied the sensor readings. The structure has also deployed containment fields around their boarding craft. They're immobilized. Within the immersion pods, Gerald and Cora felt a new sensation rippling through their bodies. The fluid surrounding them seemed to penetrate deeper, accelerating the ongoing changes in their hybrid physiology. Their gill structures expanded and refined, optimizing for dual environment respiration. New Doctor, Ori receptors formed across their skin, enhancing their ability to perceive and interact with progenitor technology. Most significantly, they felt their neural structures reorganizing, creating new pathways and connections that expanded their cognitive capabilities beyond what either species could achieve independently. The fluid supported these changes, delivering precisely formulated compounds to facilitate the transformation. The plea doctor, of this deeper integration washed through them in waves, reminiscent of their experiences during the rejoining ceremony but magnified beyond anything they had previously experienced. Their shared consciousness resonated with each new neural connection, each physiological enhancement. Suddenly, pain sliced through their shared euphoria. Their merged minds registered a new threat carrier wave penetrating the structure's weakened defenses, targeting specific sequences in their hybrid DNA. Dr. Holmes's monitoring equipment alarmed as Gerald and Cora's vital signs destabilized. "Something's attacking them at the genetic level," she doctor ordered urgently, analyzing the incoming data. "Their DNA is beginning to unravel at the integration points." Lieutenant Vasquez received an incoming transmission from the command center. Commander Jurex has activated a genetic disruptor weapon band technology designed to target specific DNA sequences. Doctor. Holmes's fingers flew across her scanner, correlating the weapons carrier wave with the effects on Gerald and Cora's physiology. It's specifically targeting the hybrid DNA intersections points where human and Zarantine doctor genetic sequences connect. Within the pods, Gerald and Cora struggled against the increasing pain as their carefully integrated genetic structure began to fragment. Their shared consciousness maintained connection to the defense systems, but their physical forms trembled with the genetic assault. "We're losing cohesion," Cora's thoughts came with increasing difficulty. "The weapon is unraveling what the rejoining created." Dr. Holmes accessed the progenitor medical database through the chamber's interface, searching frantically for solutions. "There's a counteraction possible," she announced, studying the information streaming across her display. "The database contains records of similar genetic attacks during the ancient conflict." "What do we need?" Vasquez asked, dividing her attention between the medical crisis and security alerts indicating approaching boarding parties. "They need to exchange specific hormones produced during intimate physical contact," Dr. Holmes explained, her scientific focus overriding any awkwardness. "The immersion fluid can facilitate the process, but they'll need to maintain physical connection while remaining synchronized with the defense systems." The pods containing Gerald and Cora began to shift, the separation between them dissolving as the two chambers merged into a single larger unit. The fluid level adjusted automatically, maintaining optimal immersion as the transparent walls reconfigured. Lieutenant Vasquez received another alert on her communicator. "Zarantine boarding parties have BR Doctor, head the outer sections. They're advancing toward our position. Implement security protocols," she ordered the security team via comm. "Seal all approaches to the defense chamber." Within the merged pod, Gerald and Cora's bodies drifted together in the weightless environment. Despite the pain of the genetic attack, they felt a pull toward each other, a biological imperative driving them to counter the weapon's effects through deeper integration. "We need to connect physically," Gerald communicated through their link. "The hormonal exchange will stabilize our DNA." In response, Cora moved closer, their transformed bodies aligning naturally in the luminescent fluid. I understand. We need to become one in all ways. As their bodies made contact, the fluid around them brightened, facilitating the biochemical exchanges beginning between them. Their skin patterns synchronized once more, pulses of bioluminescence flowing between them at the points of contact. Outside the pod, Dr. Holmes monitored the genetic stabilization beginning within their systems. "It's working," she reported. "The hormonal exchange is countering the genetic disruption at the cellular level." Lieutenant Vasquez's communicator chimed again with an urgent message from Ambassador Thorell. The ambassador is broadcasting evidence of Xurex's war crimes to all Zarantine vessels and the homeworld. He's using the structure's communication array to bypass jamming attempts. In the fluid-filled chamber, Gerald and Cora's connection deepened, their bodies intertwining as naturally as their minds had merged. The pleasure of their union flowed through their shared consciousness, generating powerful biochemical responses that spread throughout the immersion fluid. Their physical integration produced specialized hormones that flowed between them, targeting and stabilizing the vulnerable intersections in their hybrid DNA. Their synchronized nervous systems registered a new development within the progenitor structure activation of a previously dormant protocol labeled in their shared consciousness as the final integration. Information began flowing through the structure, complex genetic templates describing an evolutionary endpoint the progenitors had designed for their rejoined descendants. In the command center, elder scientist Mara watched in amazement as this data appeared on the medical monitoring equipment. "This is extraordinary," she breathed, studying the incoming information. Complete genetic blueprints for an Optim doctor, D-hybrid species, final form the progenitors intended. Through their connection to the structure's sensors, Gerald and Cora perceived a shift in the situation outside. Multiple Zarantine vessels powered down their weapons systems, responding to emergency override commands from the Zarantine High Council. Ambassador Thorell's broadcast had reached the homeworld, triggering immediate intervention from authorities horrified by Xurex's use of prohibited weapons. But the tidal sovereign remained active, redirecting all power to intensify the gene doctor. Disruptor weapon. The carrier wave strengthened, breaking through the countermeasures Gerald and Cora had generated through their connection. Pain lanced through them once more intense than before. Their physical union, while stabilizing their condition, couldn't generate sufficient protective hormones to counter this escalated attack. "We're losing ground," Gerald communicated through waves of agony. "The WDRON is too strong." Dr. Holmes frantically searched the progenitor medical database for additional solutions. "There's another procedure documented here," she called out, studying the ancient records. "A permanent biological link similar to ancient Zarantine bonding rituals combined with human reproductive processes. What would that do?" Lieutenant Vasquez asked, her attention divided between the medical crisis and security alerts, showing Xurex's boarding parties approaching their final defensive perimeter. "It would create an unbreakable biological connection between them," Dr. Holmes explained, exponentially increasing their biochemical synchronization and completely stabilizing their hybrid physio-doctor against any form of genetic attack. The structure shuddered violently as Xurex's boarding parties breached the outer defenses of their section. "We're running out of time," Vasquez announced, activating emergency sealing protocols. "Whatever they're going to do, they need to do it now." "Now?" Dr. Holmes's voice carried an urgency that matched the vibrations shuddering through the chamber walls. The structure trembled again as the tidal sovereign's attack intensified. Inside the merged pod, Gerald and Cora's intertwined bodies seized Dr. Ith renewed pain. "It's tearing us apart at the molecular level," Cora communicated, her thoughts fragmenting. Suddenly, luminescent tendrils extended from the chamber walls, wrapping around their merged pod. The filaments pulsed with energy as they penetrated the translucent surface, releasing cascades of glowing compounds into the immersion fluid. The solution clouded momentarily before clearing to reveal a more vibrant blue. The structure is responding to their distress, Dr. HODRS noted, tracking the rapid changes on her scanner. These compounds appear to be forming protective barriers around their DNA junctions. Within the pod, Gerald and Cora felt immediate relief as the progenitor compounds surrounded their cells, creating protective shields at each vulnerable genetic intersection. Their shared consciousness expanded once more, reconnecting fully with the facility's systems. "We're stabilized, but only temporarily," Gerald observed, sensing the fragility of their condition through the pod's diagnostic systems. Dr. Holmes frowned at her readings. "The protection is incomplete. These compounds are only buying us time." Her fingers flew across the ancient console, diving deeper into the progenitor medical database. "Wait, there's something here. A specialized chamber called the Genetic Synthesis Nexus." The database revealed schematics of a massive chamber at the structure's heart, designed specifically for completing and permanently stabilizing hybrid genetic integration. "Without access to this nexus," Dr. Holmes explained, studying the scrolling text, "their hybrid physiology will eventually degrade. The database estimates cellular breakdown within hours if the attack continues." Lieutenant Vasquez's communicator chimed with an alert. "Jurex's boarding parties have breached the secondary barriers. They're 2 sections away." She turned to her tactical display, fingers dancing across the controls as she reprogrammed the structure's internal security systems. Holographic duplicates of their team members materialized throughout adjacent corridors. "That should confuse their sensors temporarily," Vasquez said. "But they're using specialized scanning equipment. They'll figure it out soon enough." Ambassador Thorell established an emergency communication link with elder scientist Mara at the Dr. M. Center. "Are you seeing this data about the final integration protocol?" he asked, transmitting his findings. Mara's eyes widened as she analyzed the incoming information. "This matches ancient texts in our historical archives prophesied evolutionary transcendence." Her voice trembled with realization. "This isn't just a solution to their current crisis. It's the fulfillment of our most sacred predictions about our species' ultimate destiny. Transmit this data to the moderate factions in the fleet," Thorell urged. "Many still honor these texts despite Jurex's extremism." Captain Rivera received an incoming transmission from Earth Central Command. 3 additional vessels are en route, he informed the team, but they won't arrive for 12 hours. He paused, considering their options, then activated the Intrepid's communication array. "I'm broadcasting detailed scans of the progenitor structure throughout nearby sectors," he explained. "Along with evidence of Dr. Jurex's war crimes. Even if we fail here, the truth will survive." Dr. Holmes turned from the database display with determined focus. "We need to move Gerald and Cora to the Genetic Synthesis Nexus immediately. According to these schematics, it's located behind a series of biometrically sealed doors that will only respond to their hybrid physiology." She surveyed the immersion chamber, mentally cataloging components. "We can't remove them from immersion feed, be instantly vulnerable to the genetic disruptor. I'll need to create a portable containment unit that maintains their connection while protecting them during transit." She began disassembling sections of the immersion chamber, repurposing components into a sealed transport module. This will sustain their protective environment and allow their physical contact to continue uninterrupted. Lieutenant Vasquez gathered her security team. "We'll clear and secure the path to the Nexus." She reviewed the facility layout on her tactical display. "Looks like we'll encounter resistance at this junction." Dr. Holmes worked rapidly, modifying equipment while monitoring Gerald and Cora's vital signs. "The tendrils are withdrawing," she announced as the luminescent filaments retracted from the pod. "We need to transfer them immediately." The team carefully extracted the merged pod from its housing and secured it within the newly constructed portable unit. The transparent casing maintained the protective fluid environment while specialized field generators replicated the pod's support functions. Docked in their sealed environment, Gerald and Cora remained physically connected, their transformed skin patterns pulsing in synchronized waves. Despite the trauma of the genetic attack, their neural structures continued developing, creating new pathways and connections. "I'm still linked to the structure's systems," Gerald communicated, surprised by the maintained connection despite being disconnected from the primary immersion chamber. "Information about the Nexus," Cora responded, her thoughts flowing into his. "It's not just going to stabilize it, we'll advance our transformation to the final form the progenitors designed." Images flowed between them, projections of capabilities beyond either original species, glimpses of the evolutionary endpoint their creators had envisioned. Lieutenant Vasquez took point as they moved into the corridor, Dr. Holmes keeping pace while monitoring the portable unit systems. The structure seemed to respond to their presence, adjusting lighting and atmospheric conditions as they advanced. "The environmental systems are optimizing for our transit," Dr. Holmes noted, watching as doorways opened automatically before them. At the first major junction, Vasquez raised her hand, halting the group. Her tactical scanner detected movement ahead. "Zarantine soldiers," she whispered, "full squad, probably Jurex's elite." The confrontation happened swiftly. Zarantine troops rounded the corner, weapons raised. Vasquez deployed targeted sonic disruptors, calibrated to Zarantine nervous systems. The soldiers dropped to their knees, disoriented Doctor unharmed. "Secure them with restraint fields," Vasquez ordered. "No permanent injuries." One Zarantine soldier watched in confusion as human security personnel applied the restraints with careful precision. "You could have killed us," he said in halting English. "That's not our purpose here," Vasquez responded firmly. As they proceeded deeper into the structure, more corridors sealed behind them, the facility's automated systems creating barriers against pursuing forces. Gerald and Cora sensed discord spreading throughout the Zarantine fleet. Through their connection to the structure's communication systems, they perceived growing resistance to Jurex's commands. "His officers are refusing to target the structure," Cora observed. "He's executing dissenters," Gerald added, sensing the violent confrontation aboard the tidal Sovereign. The transport team reached a massive circular doorway covered in intricate symbols that matched the patterns now etched into Gerald and Cora's skin. Despite their proximity, the entrance remained sealed. "This should be responding to their hybrid biology," Dr. Holmes said, consulting her scanner. "The security systems indicate insufficient genetic integration." She accessed the progenitor database through her portable terminal. According to this, the chamber requires evidence of complete biological compatibility, specifically the presence of combined genetic material that could only result from successful reproductive coupling. Inside the containment unit, Gerald and Cora's intimate connection intensified instinctively. Their hybrid physiologies produced specialized reproductive hormones that combined in the surrounding fluid, forming crystalline structures containing perfectly merged human and Zarantine DNA sequences. These crystals emitted distinctive frequency patterns that resonated with the door's security systems. Ancient mechanisms within the massive portal began to activate, gears and biological components stirring after millennia of dormancy. A massive energy surge from the tidal Sovereign struck the structure. The genetic disruptor weapon, now powered by the ship's entire energy reserve, penetrated deeper than before. The protective field around the containment unit flickered. Gerald and Cora convulsed in synchronized agony as their partially stabilized DNA began unraveling once more. The field is failing. Dr. Ho-DRS worked frantically to reinforce the containment barriers, but the damage progressed rapidly. The massive door to the genetic synthesis nexus began sliding open, revealing a vast chamber dominated by a central platform surrounded by sophisticated biological technology. As the entrance widened, a powerful counterfrequency emanated from within, neutralizing the genetic disruptor's effects in the vicinity. "Get them inside," Dr. Holmes urged. "The chamber is generating a protective field." Lieutenant Vasquez established a defensive perimeter around the entrance as the team rushed the containment unit toward the central platform. The moment they crossed the threshold, ancient systems activated automatically, holographic displays materializing around the chamber's perimeter. The central platform recognized the containment unit, interfacing with it directly. Mechanical arms extended from below, carefully securing the unit as diagnostic systems analyzed its occupants. Detailed genetic sequences and anatomical projections appeared on the surrounding displacement hybrid forms alongside the intended final configuration. Dr. Holmes and elder scientist Mara, who had arrived to assist, stared in awe at the projections. "This is extraordinary," Mara whispered. "The final form combines the most advantageous aspects of both species. Look at these neural structures." Dr. Holmes pointed to specific projections. "They're designed to interface directly with progenitor technologido-access knowledge repositories neither species could comprehend independently." The tidal sovereign fired its final desperate assault, concentrating all remaining weapon energy into a single massive burst aimed at the structure's core. The ancient defensive systems, now fully activated through Gerald and Cora's connection, intercepted the attack with precise countermeasures that permanently neutralized the Sovereign's weapons without destroying the vessel. The central platform initiated the final integration sequence. Gerald and Cora's containment unit was enveloped in intensely concentrated bioluminescence. Their bodies responded to this field, their intimate connection deepening as the chamber's systems facilitated their transformation. Ambassador Thora watched through the chamber's monitoring systems, his expression one of reverence. "The perfect union," he whispered, recognizing the fulfillment of ancient prophecies. "Two beings transcending their original forms to create something greater." He transmitted these images throughout the Zarantine fleet, where they inspired awe even among Jurex's followers. Within the luminescent field, Gerald and Cora's genetic structures completed their transformation, stabilizing in the configuration the progenitors had designed. Their consciousness expanded beyond previous limitations, embracing the vastness of their new capabilities. The bioluminescent field dissipated. Gerald and Cora stood upright on the central platform, their hands joined. Their transformed skin displayed intricate patterns combining human and Zarantine characteristics, pulsing with subtle light that shifted with their emotions. Their eyes had changed, now capable of perceiving spectra invisible to their original forms. Along their spines, specialized neural structures had fully developed, maintaining a permanent connection between them that transcended normal communication. Tactical Doctor RTS blared. Jurex, having lost control of both his fleet and mission, had launched an escape pod from the tidal sovereign on a collision course with the structure's main power core. "Impact in 40 seconds, Vasquez announced, examining the trajectory data. "Our weapons can't intercept in time." Gerald and Cora sensed the immediate threat. Without speaking, they extended their hands toward the chamber walls, interfacing directly with the structure's defense grid. Their eyes glowed with internal light as they bypassed conventional controls, generating a precise gravitational distortion field. Outside the structure, Jurex's escape pod suddenly halted mid-trajectory, suspended in the vacuum. The gravitational field held it motionless, neither crushing nor damaging it despite the tremendous forces involved. The genetic synthesis nexus entered its final activation phase. The chamber's central systems unlocked, revealing a pulsing crystalline core at the heart of the progenitor's legacy. This database began interfacing with Gerald and Cora's enhanced neural structures, transferring information at rates impossible for standard minds to process. Dr. Holmes conducted detailed medical scans of their transformed physiology. Their transformation has completely stabilized, she reported. Their doctorid form is now resilient against any genetic attack. Her scanner detected additional developments. I'm also seeing specialized reproductive structure-esque biological systems designed to produce offspring that would inherit their hybrid characteristics. She looked up, understanding dawning. This wasn't just about reuniting two individuals. The progenitors intended to create an entirely endoctor species, combining the best aspects of both genetic lines. Gerald and Cora turned toward the humans and Zarantine in the chamber, their eyes reflecting depths of knowledge being continuously transferred from the ancient database. When they spoke, their voices resonated with harmonic overtones, each word carrying layers of meaning. "We understand now," they said in perfect unison, "why we were brought together." "We understand now," they said in perfect unison, "why we were brought together." The room fell silent as Gerald and Cora stepped forward, their movements synchronized with uncanny precision. The luminescent patterns on their skin pulsed with information-living displays of the genetic perfection the progenitors had designed millennia ago. 3 days later, Dr. Holmes hunched over her diagnostic console inside the newly established research facility within the progenitor structure. Elder scientist Mara worked beside her, their previous scientific rivalry transformed into focused collaboration as they documented the extraordinary physiological changes in Gerald and Cora. The respiratory system adaptations are unlike anything in our medical literature, Dr. Holmes said, manipulating the three-dimensional scan. "Look at these gill structures. They don't replace the lungs but complement them, allowing simultaneous processing of dissolved oxygen and atmospheric gases." Mara nodded, her webbed fingers tracing the holographic representation. "The transition mechanisms are seamless. No intermediate state required between environments." She expanded the neural mapping display. "And these sensory organs along the temporal ridge here, perceiving radiation frequencies beyond both our species' ranges." Gerald and Cora sat patiently as the scientists worked, their hands linked. The connection between them had deepened beyond the initial neural bridge. Thoughts and sensations flowed continuously between their minds, creating a shared consciousness that neither fully understood yet. "They see our bodies but not what we've become inside," Cora's thoughts whispered into Gerald's mind. "How could they?" Gerald responded silently. "We barely understand it ourselves." Captain Rivera entered the laboratory, nodding respectfully to the scientists before approaching Gerald and Cora. "The modifications to your quarters aboard the Intrepid are complete," he announced. "We've installed dual environment systems that can shift between atmospheric and aquatic conditions. The pressure and chemical composition controls are fully adjustable." "Thank you, Captain," Gerald said, his voice carrying subtle harmonic undertones that hadn't been present before the transformation. "We appreciate your accommodation of our unique requirements." "It's the least we can do," Rivera replied, his expression professional yet tinged with wonder. "Lieutenant Vasquez will escort you whenever you're ready to transfer." That evening, Gerald and Cora explored their new living space aboard the Intrepid. The specialized quarters occupied what had previously been a storage section adjacent to the hydroponics bay. Engineers had retrofitted the area with transparent partition walls, creating distinct zones, a standard atmospheric living area, transitioning into a deeper aquatic chamber with variable salinity controls. Cora entered the water first, her transformed physiology responding instantly. The gill structures along her ribcage opened, filtering oxygen directly from the liquid while her lungs automatically sealed. She experienced no discomfort, no transition shock, just a smooth shift from one viable environment to another. "Join me," she called to Gerald through their connection. He slipped into the water beside her. Their bodies moved together with perfect coordination, their skin patterns illuminating the chamber with pulses of bioluminescence that shifted with their emotions. As they embraced beneath the surface, their neural connection intensified. Each sensation echoed between them, pleasure amplifying through feedback loops that transcended their original species' capacity for intimacy. Neither noticed the passing crew members who glimpsed their luminescent display through the viewport before discreetly continuing on their way. By morning, Captain Rivera had quietly adjusted duty schedules to reduce traffic near their quarters during rest periods. On the Abyssal Covenant, Ambassador Thorell paced his private chambers, deep in contemplation. The data feed from the progenitor structure played before him, showing his daughter's transformed state. He paused the image, studying the hybrid features that melded Zarantine and human characteristics into something both familiar and utterly new. Where once he had feared contamination of their bloodline, he now saw the fulfillment of something greater, revolution guided by the ancients' wisdom toward a perfected form. The pride he felt surprised him with its intensity. He summoned his attendant. "Prepare the ceremonial chamber, and bring the ancestral bonding emblem from the secure vault." The formal ceremony aboard the Abyssal Covenant proceeded with solemn dignity. High-ranking Zarantine officials gathered alongside human dignitaries in the ship's ceremonial hall, its architecture reminiscent of deep ocean grottos. Gerald and Cora stood at the center, their skin patterns synchronized in matching waves of blue-green light. Ambassador Thorell approached, carrying a crystalline ornament that captured and refracted light in complex patterns. The ancient artifact hummed with subtle energy, responding to the proximity of Gerald and Cora's hybrid biology. "This bonding emblem has been in our lineage since the early seafaring age," Thorell announced, his voice carrying throughout the chamber. "It is traditionally bestowed upon those who join our family through union rather than birth." He extended the crystal toward Gerald. "Today, I present it in recognition of the bond between you and my daughter, the first officially recognized human-Zarantine partnership in our people's histories." Gerald accepted the emblem, feeling it warm to his touch. The crystal's internal structure responded to his hybrid biology, illuminating with patterns that matched the luminescent designs on his skin. "I am honored, Ambassador," Gerald said, his voice carrying clearly despite its altered harmonics. "Not just for myself, but for what this represents for both our species." The political significance of the moment was not lost on anyone present. Diplomatic staff from both species immediately began transmitting news of the ceremony to their respective governments. Admiral Helena Reeves arrived 1 week later aboard the UES Vigilant. Her expression stern, she disembarked with her diplomatic delegation. Her silver-gray hair was pulled into a tight regulation bun, and her uniform displayed combat decorations from 3 major conflicts. Lieutenant Vasquez met the delegation at the docking bay. "Admiral, welcome to the progenitor facility." "Lieutenant," Reeves acknowledged with a crisp nod, "I understand the subjects have been stabilized." "Gerald and Cora have completed their transformation, yes," Vasquez replied, emphasizing their names. The Admiral's expression remained neutral. "I'd like to assess their capabilities immediately." The demonstration took place in the central chamber of the genetic synthesis nexus. Gerald and Cora stood at the primary interface terminal, their hands pressed against specialized contact points. Their skin patterns shifted to match the system's activation sequences, establishing direct neural connections to the progenitor database. Admiral Reeves watched with clinical detachment until the holographic displays erupted with information star charts, molecular structures, energy equations, and technological schematics far beyond current understanding. This is the progenitor's propulsion theory, Dr. Holmes explained, indicating a complex series of equations. Based on preliminary analysis, it suggests FTL methodologies at least 3 generations beyond our current capabilities. And you can interpret all this, Reeves asked, addressing Gerald and Cora directly for the first time. We don't just interpret it, Cora replied. We experience it. The knowledge transfers directly into our neural structures. Gerald nodded. The database isn't merely information storage, it's experiential. We access the actual memories and understandings of the progenitors who created these technologies. Show me, Reeves challenged. Gerald and Cora exchanged a glance before adjusting their interface connection. The chamber's lighting dimmed as a new holographic display materialized, a complete schematic for an advanced medical technology that could repair genetic damage at the cellular level. This device could have neutralized the genetic weapon used against us, Gerald explained. It targets and restructures DNA without harmful side effects. The fabrication methods are included in the database, Cora added. Your engineers could begin production within months using materials already available. Admiral Reeves stepped closer, her professional detachment cracking as she studied the specifications. This would revolutionize treatment for radiation exposure casualties. It's one of thousands of innovations contained here, Gerald said. Innovations we can access directly, without the trial and error of conventional research. Understanding dawned in the Admiral's eyes, realization that Gerald and Cora represented not test subjects but essential partners in humanity's technological advancement. Her posture softened slightly, a significant change for someone with her military bearing. I believe we need to reconsider the parameters of this operation, she said. Meanwhile, Commander Jurek stood rigidly at attention before the joint tribunal. The makeshift courtroom had been established in a neutral section of the progenitor structure, with judges from both human and Zarantine judicial systems seated at a curved bench. The evidence confirms your authorization of a prohibited genetic weapon against civilian research personnel, stated the Zarantine High Justice, his facial tentacles rigid with disapproval. Further, you attempted destruction of a progenitor relic site in violation of preservation statutes dating back to our earliest space treaties. I acted to protect our genetic purity, Jurek responded, his defiance unchanged despite his circumstances. Your actions have instead accelerated integration between our species, noted the human judge. The tribunal finds you guilty on all counts. The sentence was delivered unanimously. Remain in exile to remote observation station Meki 9, a desolate outpost at the edge of Zarantine territory, where he would spend his remaining years cataloging stellar phenomena with minimal crew and resources. For a commander accustomed to fleet authority, no punishment could have been more humiliating. As Jurek was led away, Lieutenant Vasquez provided additional security details from her investigation. The tribunal members nodded grimly at the extent of his conspiracy and the names of sympathizers still embedded in both military hierarchies. In the days that followed, Gerald and Cora's neural connection to the progenitor database revealed some doctoring even more significant coordinates to a network of similar structures scattered throughout the galaxy, each containing specialized knowledge repositories. 7 confirmed locations within currently mapped space, Gerald reported during the joint scientific briefing. 3 in human-controlled Territor Doctor, 2 in Zarantine regions, and 2 in unclaimed systems. Each facility appears to contain distinct specializations, Cora added. Medical technology, propulsion systems, sustainable ecosystem engineering, and others we haven't fully identified yet. This discovery accelerated diplomatic negotiations between Earth Central Command and the Zarantine High Council. Within weeks, mixed species crews began preparations for expeditions to these sites, with the genetic synthesis nexus designated as headquarters for the initiative. During an exploration of the structure's lower levels, Gerald and Cora encountered an unexpected challenge. They entered a previously sealed chamber containing metallic compounds that triggered an immediate physiological response. The luminescent patterns on their skin began oscillating rapidly, creating disorienting feedback through their neural connection. Dr. Holmes rushed to their side, scanner in hand. "Your biometric readings are spiking. What's happening?" "The patterns," Gerald managed, his voice strained. Doctor retrying to communicate something." Cora gripped his hand tighter. "It's like our bodies are recalibrating." After guiding them from the chamber, Dr. Holmes analyzed the collected data. "It appears to be an adaptive response," she explained. "Your hybrid physiology automatically adjusts to identify beneficial compounds for further evolutionary development. The discomfort is temporary a calibration process. The progenitors engineered us to continue evolving," Cora realized. "Not just as completed forms, but as continuously adaptive beings." As they recovered in their quarters that evening, the intimacy between them deepened. Their neural connection transformed the experience into something transcendent. Each touch, each sensation echoed between them, amplifying in intensity. The bioluminescent display generated by their union filled their quarters with pulsing light visible from the corridor outside. Afterward, Gerald noticed crystalline formations in the aquatic section of their quarters, biochemical compounds produced during their intimate encounter that had solidified into intricate patterns. "These match progenitor reproductive records in the database," Cora observed, examining the structures. Dr. Holmes collected samples the following morning, her expression thoughtful as she conducted preliminary analysis. "These compounds contain unique genetic markers," she explained. "They appear to function as activation keys for specific progenitor technologies, which explains why many systems responded only to your presence." She hesitated before continuing. "More significantly, they contain the foundation for reproductive compatibility. In theory, you could conceive children who would inherit your hybrid traits as a new species." The implications stunned them into silence. Not just the first human Zarantine hybrids, but potentially the progenitors of an entirely new sentient species. While diplomatic progress continued publicly, Lieutenant Vasquez uncovered disturbing intelligence during security preparations for an upcoming high-level delegation. Her investigation revealed a covert extremist organization with members from both human and Zarantine populations. Evolutionary Purity, front dedicated to opposing genetic integration. "They've infiltrated both military hierarchies," she reported privately to Captain Rivera, "and placed operatives among the diplomatic staff scheduled to visit." She displayed intercepted communications outlining plans to sabotage the Nexus and eliminate Gerald and Cora before their condition could be studied or replicated. "Implement enhanced security protocols," Rivera ordered. "But keep this contained for now. We can't risk widespread panic among the expedition team." As these threats gathered in the shadows, elder scientist Mara made a discovery that added another layer of complexity. Working late in the database archives, she uncovered anomalies in the historical records evidence, suggesting the genetic plague that originally drove the progenitors to split their species wasn't entirely natural. "These sequence patterns indicate deliberate engineering," she explained to the small group gathered in her laboratory. "The plague may have been a weapon deployed by another advanced species that perceived the progenitors as a threat. If that's true," Dr. Holmes said slowly, "activating additional progenitor sites could potentially alert this ancient adversary." "Assuming they still exist," Captain Rivera noted, "we should proceed cautiously," Mara advised, until we develop appropriate defensive measures. They agreed to restrict this information to their immediate circle, including Gerald and Cora, while diplomatic progress continued. That night, Gerald and Cora experienced their most vivid shared dream, yet not simply information from the database, but an experiential recording from progenitors who had undergone similar transformations eons ago. They witnessed the rejoining ceremony through ancient eyes, feeling the profound cultural and spiritual significance that transcended mere scientific procedure. They awoke simultaneously, their skin patterns pulsing eye doctor, synchronized rhythms. They weren't just seeking evolutionary advantages, Cora whispered. Gerald nodded. They created beings capable of experiencing existence with greater depth and connection than either separate species could achieve alone. We're not human Zarantine hybrids, Cora realized. We're the first of something new, the fulfillment of their legacy. Their hands intertwined as the implications settled over Doctor, not just for themselves, but for the future of interstellar relations and the ancient threat potentially stirring in distant reaches of the galaxy. Each connection to the database revealed more fragments of the progenitor's final descent with them, more questions about the path that lay before Gerald and Cora. 3 months later, the smooth metallic doors of the Convergent Evolution Research Center parted with a soft hiss as Gerald adjusted the environment doctor controls. The chamber shifted seamlessly from standard atmospheric conditions to a higher humidity level that made his skin tingle pleasantly. The facility, nestled within Nexus 7 Station's scientific quarter, had become their sanctuary, a place designed specifically for their transformed physiology. Gill efficiency at 93% today, Dr. Holmes noted, studying the biometric readouts on her tablet. That's a 2-point increase from yesterday. Gerald nodded, feeling the subtle difference as water molecules extracted through specialized membranes in his neck. The transformation that had begun at the progenitor structure continued to refine itself, his body adapting with increasing sophistication to both environments. The neural pathways are stabilizing as well, Dr. Holmes continued, her scientific precision unchanged despite the remarkable nature of her observations. The integration between your human brain structure and Zarantine sensory processing has reached 27% shared expression. 27, Cora repeated, emerging from the nutrient pool that dominated one side of the laboratory. Water cascaded from her transformed skin, the luminescent patterns pulsing softly. That's more than double our initial readings. Dr. Holmes set down her tablet. Your bodies aren't just maintaining the hybrid status, you're optimizing it. The doctor's team worked diligently at monitoring stations throughout the chamber, documenting every aspect of their continuing evolution. Most maintained professional detachment, but Gerald noted the occasional witty glances when they thought he wasn't looking. Ambassador Thorell has arrived, announced the facility's AI. He requests permission to enter Secured Area 3. Granted, Cora responded, her voice carrying a warmth that had been absent in earlier interactions with her former superior. The Zarantine diplomat entered carrying an ornate container of hammered blue metal. His facial tentacles relaxed in the familiar greeting gesture that had once seemed so alien to Gerald. The Southern Oceanic extraction was successful, Thorell said, presenting the container to Cora. These water crystals come from the ancestral gathering grounds of your maternal lineage. She accepted the gift with appropriate formality, but Gerald sensed her genuine emotion, Dr. Ruff, their neural connection. The relationship between Cora and her former mentor had evolved from political tension to something approaching paternal concern, a transformation almost as remarkable as their physical changes. The crystals will enhance gill efficiency during rest cycles, Thorell explained for Gerald's benefit. Traditional bonded pairs use them to strengthen physiological synchronization. The implications weren't lost on Gerald. By bringing traditional Zarantine pair-bonding gifts, Thorol was publicly acknowledging their union's legitimacy, a politically significant gesture from a senior diplomat. Later that evening, as they prepared for their rest cycle, Gerald watched Cora arrange the crystals around the perimeter of their specialized pool. The nutrient-enhanced water glowed faintly blue where the crystals made contact, releasing mineral compounds that would enhance their gill function during sleep. "Your heartbeat is elevated," Cora observed, her sensory organs detecting the subtle change in his physiology. Gerald nodded. "Ambassador Holmes requested another meeting tomorrow. The Convergent Species Accord is facing opposition in the Earth Central Committees." "Rebecca has always been more politician than scientist," Cora said, referring to Dr. Holmes's sister with the familiarity that had developed over recent weeks. "Unlike Elise, she sees our situation primarily in terms of strategic advantage. At least she's advocating for protected status," Gerald noted, stepping into the pool. The water embraced him, enhancing the luminescent patterns adrss his skin. He felt the immediate relief as his gill structures activated fully, drawing oxygen directly from the nutrient-rich liquid. Cora joined him, their bodies naturally aligning as they settled into the specialized environment. "Lieutenant Vasquez increased security again today," Gerald observed as Cora's arm slid around his waist, their skin patterns synchronizing Doctor, attically. 3 new scanning arrays at the main entrance. "She identified another potential infiltrator," Cora replied, her voice transitioning seamlessly between air and water as they submerged deeper. "Someone in environmental control. The lieutenant believes they're connected to Jurex's network." Gerald's response was interrupted by a sharp pain that radiated from his gill structures throughout his chest. He gasped Doctor, water filling his lungs as the specialized membranes suddenly rejected oxygen molecules, sending his body into confused panic between breathing systems. Cora reacted instantly, pulling him into a precise position that maximized physical contact with Doctor, their bodies. Her hands pressed against his neck where the gill structures had formed, her own functioning perfectly as his failed. "Medical alert in convergent quarters," the facility AI announced as warning lights activated. Dr. Holmes arrived within minutes, medical scanner already active as she approached the pool. "His oxygen saturation is dropping. Gill structures are showing inflammation and reduced absorption." "What's happening?" Gerald managed between painful gasps as his body struggled to normalize breathing patterns. "Your hybrid systems require Pacific trace minerals to maintain proper function," Dr. Holmes explained, studying the readings. "Minerals that appear naturally in Zarantine oceanic environments but aren't present in our synthesized compounds." Cora held him tighter, her skin pattern shifting to a deep blue pulse that matched his stressed respiratory rhythm. "I can feel the molecular deficiency through our connection. Ambassador Thorol can arrange transport of natural ocean water from the Zarantine homeworld," Dr. Holmes said, already initiating the communication protocol. "But even with priority shipping, it will take at least 10 days to arrive." Gerald struggled to focus through the discomfort. "I can't maintain like this for 10 days. "Your values are stabilizing," Dr. Holmes noted. Doctor, with surprise, studying her scanner. "Cora, maintain your current position. Something in your physiological contact is helping." Their extended contact in the nutrient pool became necessary for Gerald's survival over the following days. Hour after hour, they remained together in the specialized environment as Cora's body naturally produced compounds containing the essential minerals his systems required. The enforced intimacy accelerated their physical bond, their neural connection deepening with each passing day. "Brainwave synchronization increasing," Dr. Holmes noted on the 5th day, monitoring their vital signs from a discrete distance. "Your patterns are matching at frequencies we've never recorded before." Gerald barely heard her. The extended contact had pushed their neural connection beyond conscious thought into deeper layers of awareness. He didn't just sense Cora's thoughts, experienced her emotional responses, memories, and even fragmented dreams as they cycled through rest periods together. The medical necessity of their contact removed any remaining barriers between them. Their bodies moved together with increasing familiarity, exploring the unique sensations their hybrid physiology made possible. The monitoring equipment recorded unprecedented neurochemical reactions during these intimate unions, though Dr. Holmes tactfully disabled the more intrusive sensors during their private moments. "Security alert," the facility AI announced, interrupting one such moment on the 8th day. "Lieutenant Vasquez requests immediate secure communication." The lieutenant's expression was tense even through the encrypted channel. "We've captured an infiltrator attempting to access restricted areas. Human male, identified a doctor, a Ren Wright maintenance division. One of Zurex's agents." Cora asked, the protective instinct Gerald felt through their connection manifesting in her posture. "Different group," Vasquez replied. "Calls themselves Pure Evolution. Human extremists opposed to genetic mixing." Interrogation revealed connections to Earth Central Command administrative personnel. Gerald's gills fluttered uncomfortably, now functioning efficiently thanks to Cora's biochemical assistance. How did they get past security screenings? "Sophisticated counterintelligence training," Vasquez said. "And when we caught him, automated security protocols wiped his neural implants. This isn't some fringe group doctor. Have serious resources." The implications were clear. As Gerald and Cora prepared for the first joint human-Zarantine scientific conference, where they would present their transformation, forces gathered to oppose everything they represented. The day before Dr. Conference, elder scientist Mara arrived at their quarters with findings that transformed the significance of their personal journey. The progenitor database contained a fail-safe mechanism we didn't understand until now, she explained, her tentacles rippling with agitation. "A biological clock encoded within both human and Zarantine DN, a descent to eventually guide our species back together." Dr. Holmes studied the data on Mara's display. "What happens if the clock expires without successful rejoining?" "Genetic degradation," Mara replied grimly. "Self-destructive sequences activated in both species. According to my calculations, we have approximately 7 years before these sequences begin manifesting as reproductive failures and genetic disorders." Gerald and Cora exchanged glances, their neural connection buzzing with shared realization. What had begun as a personal transformation now carried implications for billions throughout known space. "We're not just scientific curiosities," Gerald said slowly. "We're the proof that rejoining is possible." "You're the template for survival," Dr. Holmes added, the scientific implications clearly overwhelming even her clinical detachment. As they prepared for bed that night, Cora placed her hand on her abdomen, a gesture Gerald might have missed without their neural connection highlighting its significance. "Dr. Holmes detected changes in my reproductive system today," she said quietly. "The specialized chambers designed for hybrid embryonic development are preparing themselves." Gerald placed his hand over hers. Without deliberate attempt, she nodded. "The progenitor programming appears to prioritize reproduction. My body is preparing for pregnancy naturally, ahead of all projected timelines." The possibility hung between them becoming not just the first of a new species, but potentially the parents of the first naturally conceived convergent child. The responsibilities of their transformation expanded with each new discovery, their personal journey increasingly inseparable from the future of both parent species. In their private pool that night, the water crystals from Ambassador Thorol glowed softly around them as they considered what it meant to potentially become the progenitors of a third sentient species in known spaces, first parents of what they had decided to call the convergence. Convergence. The name had been their private term, at first a scientific classification that described Thay Doctor, Neek's status as neither fully human nor Zarantine. Now, 6 months after establishing the Convergent Evolution Research Center on Nexus 7, Gerald found himself confronting the weight of that identity daily. He stood at the observation window, watching as another group of potential candidates underwent preliminary screening in the facility below. Admiral Helena Reeves moved efficiently between stations, her uniform immaculate as she consulted with medical personnel. "That's the third group this week," Cora noted, joining him at the window. Her gill structures pulsed gently as she breathed, a sight that no longer seemed alien to Gerald. 15 more human Zarantine pairs requesting compatibility testing. Gerald nodded, the motion smoother now that his own gill structures had finally stabilized. The genetic clock revelation changed everything. We're no longer just scientific oddities. "We never were," Cora replied, placing her hand against the small of his back. Even through clothing, the neural connection sparked between them, carrying impressions of her thoughts. "Though I admit I didn't anticipate becoming a template for species preservation." The regular mineral shipments from the Zarantine homeworld had transformed their living situation. Gerald no longer experienced the painful respiratory failures that had once required constant physical contact with Cora. Dr. Holmes's synthetic supplement now provided the essential compounds his hybrid physiology required. Nevertheless, Gerald found himself reaching for Cora's hand, interlacing their fingers. The pleasure of their neural connection had become something they both sought regardless of medical necessity. A soft chime announced a visitor. Lieutenant Vasquez's face appeared on the communication panel. "Ambassador Thorol has arrived with the latest mineral shipment. He's requesting a private meeting." Cora's expression brightened. "Send him directly to our quarters." The Zarantine diplomat entered carrying both the familiar blue metal container of water crystals and what appeared to be formal documentation sealed with the emblem of the Zarantine High Council. "Elder Cora, Researcher Gerald," he greeted them with the formal title that a doctor acknowledged their unique status. His tentacles moved in the specific pattern that indicated concern beneath ceremonial courtesy. Once privacy protocols activated, Thorol's demeanor shifted. "Disturbing developments on the homeworld require your attention. A coalition calling themselves the Ancestral Purists has gained significant influence in the High Council." "Religious conservatives?" Cora asked, her gill structures darkening with concern. "Yes, T-Doctor. V successfully petitioned to restrict information about the progenitor's genetic clock. They fear mass panic, but their underlying motivation appears to be resistance to the Convergent program itself." Thorol's tentacles rippled with frustration. "They view your transformation as blasphemy against traditional beliefs about genetic purity." Gerald absorbed this information, feeling the subtle shift in Cora's emotional state through their connection. "How does this affect recruitment of compatible Zarantine volunteers?" "Significantly," Thorol replied. "Without widespread understanding of the genetic crisis, fewer will step forward. The High Council's information restrictions may limit our ability to achieve the numbers necessary for species stabilization." Later that evening, Gerald and Cora floated in their specialized pool, DRE water crystals from Thorol's latest delivery surrounding them with their soft blue glow. Despite Dr. Holmes's supplements eliminating the medical necessity, they maintained their habit of sleeping in direct contact, their bodies aligned in the nutrient-rich water. "I've been experiencing changes," Cora said quietly, her hand resting on her abdomen. "The specialized reproductive chambers have fully matured according to this morning's scan." Gerald placed his hand over hers, the neural connection allowing him to sense the subtle alterations in her physiology. "Dr. Holmes mentioned your development was proceeding faster than anticipated." "We need to make a decision," Cora said, turning to face him fully. The bioluminescent patterns across her skin pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. A personal decision with scientific implications. Gerald understood immediately. They had discarded the possibility theoretically, but the reality now presented itself with undeniable clarity. Attempting conception. Yes. Cora's eyes held his. We would be the first, Gerald, parents to an entirely new species. The magnitude of this possibility resonated between them through their neural connection. Beyond the scientific significance lay something more personal, shared desire to create a family together, bridging their different origins through the miracle of combined genetic heritage. We should consult with Dr. Holmes, Gerald said. TDRGH's mind had already embraced the possibility. There would be specific requirements for successful hybrid fertilization. The next morning brought a station-wide security alert. Lieutenant Vasquez implemented immediate lockdown protocols when 3 separate maintenance crews requested simultaneous access to critical SDRMs near the research center. Coordinated infiltration attempt, Vasquez explained during the emergency briefing. Her expression remained professionally neutral, but Gerald detected the underlying tension in her posture. We've identified operatives from both human extremist groups and Zarantine separatist factions. Working together, Admiral Reeves asked, her surprise evident. Despite their normally opposed ideologies, Vasquez confirmed. We're conducting complete background verification on all personnel with access to sensitive areas. Dr. Holmes arrived late to the briefing, her attention focused on her data tablet. I've completed the environmental specifications for the aquatic chamber, Doctor said, addressing Gerald and Cora directly. If you're proceeding with the attempt, the nutrient balances must be precisely calibrated. Admiral Reeves raised an eyebrow. Attempt. Gerald felt Cora's hand find his beneath the table. We've decided to explore reproductive viability, he explained, both for scientific verification and personal reasons. The implications weren't lost on anyone present. Dr. Holmes continued reviewing technical requirements while Vasquez updated security protocols for the research center, particularly around Gerald and Cora's private quarters. That night, as Nexus 7 passed through a rare electromagnetic field generated by nearby stellar activity, Gerald and Cora entered the specialized aquatic chamber Dr. Holmes had prepared. The water contained precise chemical balances designed to support the unique requirements of hybrid genetic material. The ambient radiation penetrated the station's shielding, creating subtle doctor, turns visible only to their enhanced vision. As they joined together in the luminescent water, Gerald felt their neural connection deepen beyond previous boundaries, reaching cellular awareness that transcended conscious thought. Morning scans confirmed what they both already sensed through their connection. The conception had been successful, a viable embryo with perfectly integrated human and Zarantine DNA developing within the specialized membrane of Cora's reproductive system. Extraordinary, Dr. Holmes murmured, studying the results. The electromagnetic field appears to have genetic bonding process. Cellular division is proceeding at an accelerated rate, but with perfect stability. News traveled quickly. Admiral Reeves implemented immediate security upgrades throughout Nexus 7, establishing a no-approach perimeter enforced by additional patrol vessels. The precautions proved prescient when sensors detected an unidentified stealth vessel conducting surveillance from just beyond standard scanning range. Not matching any known configuration, Lieutenant Vasquez reported as they watched the vessel retreat rapidly after being challenged. Neither human nor Zarantine design patterns. As the pregnancy progressed, Gerald experienced unexpected changes in his own physiology. His body began producing specialized hormones that complemented Cora's, creating a biological support network for their developing child. Paternal synchronization, Dr. Holmes called it, documenting the phenomenon with evident scientific excitement. Your transformed physiology is actively participating in the pregnancy, enhancing the nutrient quality exchanged during physical contact. The pro's doctor strengthened their neural bond further. During their rest cycles in the pool, Gerald could sense the embryo's developmental progress through their connected consciousness, a faint third presence, gradually strengthening within their shared mental space. 2 months into the pregnancy, ultrasound imaging revealed remarkably advanced development in the embryo's hybrid systems. Dr. Holmes pointed out perfectly formed gill structures alongside fully functional human-compatible lungs, connected by specialized membrane tissues. The skeletal structure combines zerantein flexibility with human bone density, she noted. But the most significant development is neural. The brain structures forming match progenitor patterns. Your child already shows signs of exceeding the cognitive framework of either parent species. Ambassador Rebecca Holmes. Dr. Holmes's sister secured a monumental legal victory when Earth Central Command created an entirely new classification of convergent citizen, with associated rights and protections distinct from either human or zerantein law. The classification includes diplomatic immunity, she explained during a secure briefing. Neither parent species can claim jurisdiction over convergent individuals for scientific or military purposes. The preparations for parenthood transformed their quarters. Gerald designed a specialized nursery featuring both atmospheric and aquatic environments with seamless transitions between them. The monitoring systems developed by Dr. Holmes would track their child's development across multiple environmental parameters. We're creating educational materials incorporating both human and zerantein developmental philosophies, Gerald explained to Ambassador Thorell during one of his regular visits. Our child will need cultural context from both parent species. The atmosphere of cautious optimism was tempered when elder scientist Mara brought concerning findings from her continued analysis of the progenitor database. The genetic clock is accelerating, she explained, her tentacles rippling with agitation. Environmental factors including increased interspecies contact may be triggering premature expression of marker genes. We may have only 4 years before visible symptoms of genetic instability begin appearing in both species. This revelation intensified pressure on the Convergent Initiative. Admiral Reeves implemented accelerated screening protocols, using medical data from Gerald and Cora's transformation to identify compatible candidates more precisely. The first 20 pairs have begun preliminary testing, she reported. Despite cultural and physical barriers, we're seeing encouraging response rates from volunteers. Lieutenant Vasquez's investigation of unexplained power fluctuations revealed a sophisticated computer virus designed to gradually degrade life support systems in the research center while avoiding detection by standard security algorithms. The virus signature matches Commander Jurex's intelligence division, she reported, her expression grim. He's still directing operations against you despite his containment at the monitoring station. The lieutenant implemented isolated backup systems for all critical functions supporting their quarters, ensuring their safety regardless of main system status. As Gerald and Cora adapted to the reality of impending parenthood, Ambassador Thorell arrived with unexpected news that shifted the political landscape once again. The High Priestess of the Ancient Remembrance has requested permission to visit Nexus 7, he announced, his tentacles displaying a pattern Gerald had never seen before, indicating profound religious significance. She wishes to personally examine you both. The leader of the oldest religious order, Cora asked, visibly stunned by this development. She never leaves the sacred underwater temples. Her interest suggests the established religious hierarchy may be reconsidering its position on convergent evolution, Thorell explained. This could counter the ancestral purist's influence and change everything. Admiral Reeves approved the visit under strict security protocols, recognizing the potential value of religious endorsement. As preparations began for this unprecedented diplomatic event, Gerald felt their child's presence growing stronger in their shared consciousness, a silent witness to history unfolding around its very existence. The preparation for the High Priestess's arrival transformed Nexus 7. Maintenance crews WDRED continuously to adapt the station's primary reception bay, installing specialized humidity controls and atmospheric adjusters to accommodate the Zarantine religious delegation's physiological needs. Gerald observed the ceremonial Zarantine vessel through the observation window as it approached the docking station. Unlike the utilitarian designs of standard Zarantine ships, this one gleamed with polished ceremonial marking sentient symbols etched into its hull that pulsed with bioluminescent energy. Those markings represent the oldest written form of Zarantine language, Cora explained, her hand resting on her abdomen where their child continued to develop. They tell the story of the ancient remembrances founding after the first crossing. You recognize them? Gerald asked, noting how the patterns shifted as the vessel adjusted its position for docking. Only partially. Most modern Zarantines can't read the complete ancient script. It's preserved exclusively by the temple attendants. Lieutenant Vasquez coordinated security personnel with practiced efficiency, positioning human and Zarantine guards in alternating formation along the designated reception route. Her voice came through the station-wide communication system. All non-essential personnel must remain in designated areas during the High Priestess's procession. Security authorization levels have been temporarily upgraded. Gerald and Cora waited in the specially prepared meeting chamber adjacent to the research center. Dr. Holmes checked Cora's vital signs one final time before the delegation's arrival. Your metabolic readings are stable, she confirmed, studying her data tablet. The enhanced protection systems around the embryonic sac are functioning at optimal capacity. Gerald sensed Cora's nervousness through their neural connection, not fear, but a profound cultural reverence that transcended rational thought. The High Priestess has never left the temples in recorded history, she explained. Her presence here marks something unprecedented. The ceremonial procession entered the station with solemn dignity. Admiral Reeves led the way, walking beside an elderly Zarantine female whose elaborate gill structures displayed intricate decorative elements Gerald had never seen before. The High Priestess moved with surprising grace despite her advanced age, her silver eyes scanning everything with penetrating intensity. Behind her followed 12 acolytes in formation, each carrying water-resistant scrolls or ornate containers that hummed with subtle energy. The entire delegation wore ceremonial robes woven with bioluminescent fibers that shifted patterns in response to the station's lighting. Admiral Reeves performed the formal introduction. High Priestess Thalara, I present Gerald Everson and Cora, the first convergent pair. The High Priestess approached them, her silver eyes widening slightly as she observed their transformed physiology. Without speaking, she gestured to one of her acolytes, who stepped forward with a small, ornate container. The container opened to reveal a vial of water that glowed with an inner luminescence unlike anything Gerald had seen before. This is water from the first pool, Thalara explained, her voice carrying both age and authority. The place where our ancestors first emerged after the progenitors guided them to our world. She removed the vial and approached Gerald and Cora. With deliberate movements, she applied a small amount of the water to each of their foreheads. The liquid felt cool against Gerald's skin for only a moment before it began to react, spreading in patterns that T-Doctor led with gentle electric sensation. Gasps came from the Zarantine acolytes. Gerald looked at Cora and saw luminescent patterns forming on her forehead, ancient symbols that matched some of those adorning the ceremonial vessel. Through their connection, he sensed these same patterns had formed on his own skin. The confirmation of prophecy, Priestess Thalara announced, her voice gaining strength. The texts speak truth. You bear the mark of the returners. Ambassador Thorol moved forward, his normal diplomatic composure visibly shaken. High Priestess, this pattern matches the Temple of Reunion scriptures. It does. Thalara turned to address Admiral Reeves and the assembled officials. The oldest texts describe those who would come bearing the dual nature, marked by the sacred waters as true descendants of the divided ones. This is not blasphemy, as the purists claim it is the fulfillment of ancient promise. Gerald felt the immediate shift in the room's atmosphere. The Zarantine acolytes lowered themselves in a gesture of deep respect. Ambassador Thorol's tentacles displayed patterns indicating profound religious significance. The transmission to the homeworld is active, Lieutenant Vasquez noted quietly to Admiral Reeves. This validation will reach all major Zarantine populations within minutes. High Priestess Thalara turned her attention to Cora's abdomen. You carry the first child of reunion. I request Permissi Doctor to examine the developing one using the methods of our ancestors. Dr. Holmes stepped forward. The pregnancy is progressing well but remains in a delicate stage. I would need to monitor any examination for safety. Of course, Thalara agreed. Our methods are non-invasive but provide insights your technology cannot access. After brief consultation, Gerald and Cora consented. The examination chamber was prepared with Dr. Holmes's equipment positioned unobtrusively alongside the Zarantine Arty Doctor, T.S. Cora reclined in a specialized chair as the High Priestess directed her acolytes to position small devices around her abdomen. These are sonic resonators crafted from the sacred coral of our deepest temples, Thalara explained as she placed the final device. They harmonize with life energy in ways no doctor, manufactured technology can replicate. The High Priestess began a low, melodious chanting in a language that sounded more fluid than standard Zarantine. The resonators responded, emitting subtle vibrations that Gerald could feel through his enhanced senses. The devices began to glow, projecting light that converged above Cora's abdomen. The light coalesced into a three-dimensional image of their developing child, rendered in such precise detail that Gerald could see the individual cells of its forming neural structure. The image revealed a perfectly formed hybrid physiology, Zarantine gill structures alongside human-compatible lungs, connected by specialized tissues unlike either parent species. Extraordinary resolution, Dr. Holmes murmured, comparing the image to her tablet readings. Our most advanced imaging technology doesn't approach this level of cellular detail. The High Priestess focused on the developing brain structures, indicating specific formations with gentle gestures. Herath neural pathways forming in the frontal regions. They match the patterns described in our oldest records of the progenitors themselves. Those areas correspond to the telepathic connection centers we've documented in Gerald and Cora, Dr. Holmes noted. But the child's structures appear more complex, more developed. As they should, Dr. Thalara replied. This child represents not mere adaptation but evolutionary progression. The returning capabilities of those who came before. Later, in a private meeting with Ambassador Thorol, Admiral Reeves, and Dr. Holmes, the High Priestess revealed information that shifted their understanding of the progenitor legacy. The underwater temples contain geological records dating thousands, Dr. Years before our official histories, Thalara explained. These records document the arrival of those we call the progenitors on both our world and Earth. She unrolled an ancient water-resistant scroll covered with symbols similar to those that had appeared on Gerald and Cora's skin. They were indeed one species that deliberately separated their genetic line, creating two distinct evolutionary paths in humans. But why? Admiral Reeves asked. What purpose would be served by such deliberate genetic division? Protection, Thalara replied. The records speak of a threatened enemy the progenitors encountered during their expansion through space, an enemy they could not defeat through conventional means. Ambassador Thoral's tentacles rippled with concern. What kind of threat would necessitate such an extreme measure? The records are incomplete, Thalara admitted, but they indicate the progenitors discovered their unified genetic structure was vulnerable to specific forms of biological warfare. By dividing their genetic line and allowing divergent evolution on separate worlds, they created insurance against species extinction. The genetic clock, Dr. Holmes interjected. It wasn't just evolutionary pressure to rejoin it, was timed activation for defensive capabilities. Precisely, Thalara confirmed. The temple records indicate the genetic sequences weren't merely designed to drive reunification, but to activate defensive capabilities encoded within the combined DNA, capabilities needed to protect both species from the return of the ancient threat. Dr. Holmes accessed her tablet, pulling up genetic data from Gerald and Cora's transformation. There are specific sequences here that remain dormant even after their transformation. We couldn't identify their purpose. They don't correspond to any known physiological function. Those sequences require critical mass, Thalara explained. The progenitors designed the system to activate fully only when sufficient numbers of convergent individuals exist, a biological defense system distributed across multiple carriers. The implications settled heavily on everyone present. What had begun as a scientific mystery now revealed Dr. Elf as an ancient defensive strategy against a threat that might still exist or might be returning. Dr. Admiral Reeves broke the silence. This information significantly changes our understanding of the Convergent Initiative's importance. If the genetic clock is already accelerating as elder scientist Mara reported, then we must accelerate DRR efforts as well, Ambassador Thoral finished. Beginning with the expanded recruitment of compatible volunteers. Ambassador Thoral's tentacles rippled thoughtfully. We must identify all compatible pairs immediately. The evidence is becoming impossible to ignore. Both our peoples face an evolutionary crisis that only convergence can solve. Adder, Raoul Reeves nodded. I'll authorize expanded screening centers across all major human colonies. The success with Gerald and Cora provides our template moving forward. 4 months later, Cora stood at the viewport in their quarters, watching the stars. Her expanded abdomen pressed against the environmental suit modified for her changing physiology. The bioluminescent patterns across her skin had intensified, forming intricate protective configurations that pulsed with gentle rhythm. The baby kicked again, she said as Gerald entered. Right here. She guided his hand to a spot where the movement was strongest. Gerald felt the sensation both through physical touch and their neural connection, a double awareness that had deepened throughout her pregnancy. As his hand made contact, the luminescent patterns on her abdomen intensified, responding to his presence with increased protective output. Dr. Holmes wants another scan this afternoon, he said. The fetal development rate continues to accelerate. Dr. Holmes's medical bay had been significantly upgraded to accommodate Cora's unique pregnancy needs. The doctor adjusted specialized imaging equipment as Cora positioned herself on the examination platform. 5 months gestation by human calculation, Dr. Holmes noted, but development markers correspond to much later stages. She activated the scanner, producing a detailed 3-dimensional projection above Cora's abdomen. Dr. Markable fully formed gill structures alongside developed human-compatible lungs. Gerald studied the image with fascination. The brain development seems advanced. Significantly, Dr. Holmes confirmed, highlighting specific areas with precision gestures. These neural clusters hereth regions U2 use for telepathic connection show enhanced structure. Your child's capabilities may exceed yours considerably. The High Priestess predicted this, Cora said. The next generation carries more complete activation of the progenitor gene sequences. Their discussion paused as Admiral Reeves entered the medical bay. Good timing, he said, observing the fetal imaging. You'll want to know the Confluence Co-DREX is ready. The first official ceremony begins tomorrow. The Confluence complex stood adjacent to the main research center, a specialized structure incorporating elements of both human and Zarantine architecture. The central chamber featured a circular pool surrounded by atmospheric observation areas, allowing participants from both species to witness the ceremony regardless of environmental needs. Gerald and Cora took their positions as official witnesses, their transformed physiology allowing them to stand comfortably at the water's edge without environmental assistance. The chamber filled with carefully selected observers, including Dr. Holmes, Admiral Reeves, Ambassador Thorell, and several Zarantine dignitaries. Marine biologist Marcus Hartwell entered from the human side of the chamber, while Zarantine cultural liaison Nerea emerged from the aquatic entrance. Doctor met at the specialized adaptation chamber designed by Dr. Holmes, a transparent cylindrical structure allowing visibility from all angles while maintaining precise environmental conditions. Gerald stepped forward. As the first to undergo convergence, we witness your commitment to evolutionary reunion. Cora continued, the path transforms both body and mind. Your individual identities remain while creating something greater together. High Priestess Thalara, who had returned specifically for this ceremony, approached the chamber carrying a small vial similar to the one she had used months earlier with Gerald and Cora. The waters of the first pool recognized those chosen for reunion, she intoned, adding the sacred water to the adaptation chamber's specialized mixture. Dr. Holmes monitored the biochemical parameters on her tablet as Marcus and Nerea entered the chamber. The transparent doors sealed, and the specialized atmosphere inside began to shift a precise balance of gases and suspended particles that would facilitate the transformation. Biochemical catalyst introduction beginning, Dr. Holmes announced as golden vapor released into the chamber. Gerald felt Cora's hand tighten around his. Through their connection, he sensed her remembering their own transformation, initial discomfort followed by profound connection. Inside the chamber, Marcus and Nerea touched hands. The contact triggered the first visible reaction as their skin began to emit faint luminescence at the point of connection. The light spread gradually up their arms, each pulse extending the affected area. Transformation proceeding 22% faster than the original baseline, Dr. Holmes noted. The refined procedure is showing significantly improved efficiency. Gerald maintained a steady telepathic connection with the pair, providing silent guidance as they experienced the initial stages of neural reconfiguration. Cora focused on Nerea, helping the Zarantine navigate the new sensations of expanded consciousness. Hours. As the ceremony concluded, Marcus and Nerea emerged from the adaptation chamber. Marcus's neck showed the beginning of gill structures beneath the skin, while Nerea's respiratory system had already begun adapting to process atmospheric oxygen. The initial stage is complete, Gerald announced to the assembled observers. The second conv doctor, ent pair exists. The announcement triggered a mixture of solemn approval from High Priestess Thalara, satisfied acknowledgement from Admiral Reeves, and visible discomfort from several observers, who clearly remained unconvinced of the program's necessity. In their private quarters that evening, Gerald held Cora in the specialized aquatic chamber they used for an intimate connection. Her expanded abdomen pressed against him as they floated in perfect neutral buoyancy. I felt something strange today, she said. During the ceremony, when Marcus and Nerea completed their initial transformation, I sensed our baby respond. Gerald placed his hand on her abdomen, feeling the child move beneath his touch. Respond how? A surge of neural activity, as if recognizing others like us coming into existence. She guided his hand to a specific spot. There, feel that. The patterns are changing. The luminescent markings across her abdomen had formed new configurations more complex than the protective patterns observed previously. As Gerald maintained contact, his own skin responded, developing specialized glands that produced a clear secretion. "What's happening?" he asked, watching as the secretion transferred to Cora's skin and spread across her abdomen, creating a secondary protective layer over the bioluminescent patterns. Dr. Holmes examined the phenomenon the following morning, analyzing samples of the compound. "Fascinating. Your body has developed specialized protective glands producing biochemicals that match components found in the progenitor birthing basin." "The birthing basin?" Cora asked. "The artifact High Priestess Thalara brought from the underwater vaults," Dr. Holmes explained. "Your bodies are replicating its protective properties through direct contact. Another complementary adaptation to ensure optimal conditions for your child." Lieutenant Vasquez entered the medical bay, her expression tense. "Doctor, we need to implement Security Protocol 7 immediately. There's been an infiltration attempt." "What happened?" Gerald asked as Dr. Holmes quickly secured her data tablets. "Security intercepted someone attempting to access your medical record, specifically the developmental data about Cora's pregnancy," Vasquez explained. "Standard identity verification flagged inconsistencies. When confronted, the infiltrator triggered some kind of neural self-destruct implant." "You couldn't interrogate them?" Cora asked. "No, the implant was thorough designed to eliminate any possibility of information extraction." Vasquez's expression darkened. "Preliminary tissue analysis shows genetic markers consistent with human purist groups from the outer colonies." Gerald felt Cora's fear through their connection. "The opposition is organizing across species lines now." "We're enhancing security throughout the station," Vasquez assured them. "Admiral Reeves has authorized additional measures for your protection." 2 weeks later, elder scientist Mara requested a meeting with Gerald and Cora in her laboratory. The Zarantine scientist had modified her workspace with environmental controls that allowed comfortable interaction without protective gear. "I detected unusual energy signatures emanating from your quarters," Mara explained, activating a holographic display showing wavelength patterns. "These photonic emissions match patterns documented in the progenitor database." The display showed recordings of light pulses during what Gerald recognized as their intimate moments. He felt momentary embarrassment until he noted Mara's purely scientific interest. "These emissions serve multiple purposes," Mara continued. "They intensify pleasurable sensations while transferring essential nutrients and stabilizing compounds between your bodies." The progenitors designated this process as pair bonding enhancement. It strengthens biological compatibility, enhances telepathic connections, and creates optimal conditions for hybrid fetal development. "That explains the intensified sensations we've experienced," Cora saw Doctor. "Our connection feels stronger after each union." "Precisely as designed," Mara confirmed. The progenitors encoded these responses to ensure successful reproduction between reunited lineages. Their discussion was interrupted when the station's alert system activated a pulsing yellow light indicating heightened security status. "All personnel maintain current positions," Admiral Reeves's voice announced. "Security teams to designated stations. This is not a drill." Gerald accessed the nearby communication panel. "Everson to command. What's happening?" "Report to the Administrative Council chamber immediately," came the terse reply. "Critical situation developing." When they arrived at the council chamber, they found Admiral Reeves conferring urgently with Ambassador Thorell and Lieutenant Vasquez. A large tactical display showed multiple unidentified vessels approaching Nexus 7. The Tsar Doctor, any vessel Sovereign Tide established position without authorization, Reeves explained. When confronted, Admiral Carrick's claimed intelligence about an imminent attack on the station specifically targeting your unborn child. The tactical display updated, showing the approaching vessel's configuration. Gerald felt Cora's hand tighten around his as the ship designs became clear. "Those match the progenitor depiction," she whispered. "The external threat." Ambassador Thorell's tentacles displayed patterns of deep concern. Admiral Carrick's was correct. The ancient enemy has returned. As the council erupted in urgent strategic discussion, Cora suddenly gasped, doubling over. Gerald steadied her, alarm pulsing through their connection. "What's wrong?" he asked. "The baby," she managed. "I think I'm having contractions." Dr. Holmes rushed to their side, medical scanner already active. "These are genuine labor indicators." Despite being only 5 months by human calculation, the accelerated development timeline matches progenitor records for convergent gestation. "Now?" Gerald asked, looking from Cora to the tactical display showing approaching hostile vessels. "This can't be coincidence." "It's not," elder scientist Mara interjected, studying data on her tablet. The progenitor records indicate reproductive timing was designed to synchronize with detection of the external threat. Your child's birth has been triggered by their approach. Gerald established continuous physical contact with Cora, their neural bond transmitting supportive energy as her body prepared for childbirth. Through their connection, he sensed not just pain but purpose, their child, responding to an ancient genetic directive programmed millennia ago. Dr. Holmes coordinated rapid preparation of the specialized birthing chamber as Admiral Reeves organized the station's defense. Outside, the Sovereign Tide took position at the vanguard of the defensive line, joined by Earth vessels responding to urgent reinforcement requests. Elder scientist Mara has completed analysis of the defensive capabilities encoded in convergent DNA, Admiral Reeves informed the Council. A synchronized field generated by 12 convergent pairs could disrupt the biolog Doctor, L weapons used by these vessels. "We have only 2 pairs, Ambassador Thorell pointed out, and Marcus and Nerea haven't completed their transformation." The implications settled heavily across the chamber as Cora experienced another contraction. Their first natural convergent birth was beginning amid an unfolding crisis that threatened both parent species throughout known space. Gerald supported Cora as medical personnel prepared to transfer her to the birthing chamber. Through their connection, he projected strength and reassurance despite the approaching danger. Their child, first true convergent offspring, was about to enter a world facing the very threat the progenitors had prepared for across thousands of years of separated evolution. "We have only 2 pairs, Ambassador Thorell pointed out, and Marcus and Nerea Doctor Ent completed their transformation." The implications settled heavily across the chamber as Cora experienced another contraction. Their first natural convergent birth was beginning amid an unfolding crisis that threatened both parent species throughout known space. Gerald supported Cora as medical personnel prepared to transfer her to the birthing chamber. Through their connection, he projected strength and reassurance despite the approaching danger. Their child, first true convergent offspring, was about to enter a world facing the very threat the progenitors had prepared for across thousands of years of separation. Cora's next contraction came harder, forcing her to grip Gerald's arm with unexpected strength. The bioluminescent patterns across her skin flared in response to her pain, immediately synchronizing with the matching patterns on Gerald's forearms where they touched. "We need to move now," Dr. Elmes said, activating her medical transport. The contractions are accelerating beyond expected parameters. Gerald lifted Cora, maintaining continuous skin contact as they moved rapidly through Nexus 7's corridors. Security teams fell into formation around them, Lieutenant Vasquez personally leading the escort. "Status update," Gerald requested as they moved. Vasquez kept her voice steady. 7 unidentified vessels approaching. They match the progenitor records exactly Scourge fleet configuration. Cora gasped through another contraction. The luminescent patterns across their bodies pulsed in unison, forming complex geometric configurations that spread outward from their points of contact. "Emergency containment protocols active," announced the station's automated system. "All personnel proceed to designated security zones." Dr. Holmes guided them into the specialized birthing chamber where High Priestess Thalara waited beside the crystalline basin she had transported from the Zarantine underwater vaults. The ancient artifact gleamed under the chamber's lights, its surface inscribed with patterns that matched those now flowing across Gerald and Cora's skin. "The basin recognizes the coming birth," Thalara said, her translator struggling to convey the reverence in her native speech. "It has been 20,000 years since it last served its purpose." Gerald carefully lowered Cora into the specialized fluid that filled the basin. The liquid adjusted immediately to her body temperature, the surface tension supporting her weight perfectly. The moment her amniotic FL doctor contacted the basin's surface, the ancient crystal activates soft light emanating from within its structure as it generated a containment field above Cora's body. "Remarkable," Dr. Holmes murmured, watching her monitoring equipment. "The basin is maintaining perfect homeostasis for a convergent birth. Oxygen levels, nutrient balance, temperature reel adjusting automatically." Outside the birthing chamber, alarm klaxons sounded. Gerald maintained his connection with Cora but expanded his awareness to include the station's communication channels. Admiral Reeves's voice came through station-wide. "All defensive units to positions. Outer ring separation protocols initiated. This is not a drill." The subtle shift in gravity confirmed the Admiral's orders. Nexus 7's outer rings were Dr. inverting to independent operational status, a final defensive measure designed to maintain life support even if portions of the station were compromised. Lieutenant Vasquez positioned security teams at strategic intervals, establishing a 3-tier defensive perimeter around the birthing chamber. Gerald noted the unprecedented sight of human and Zarantine security personnel working in perfect coordination, their previous cultural tensions replaced by focused cooperation. "Breach attempt detected in Maintenance Sector 7, reported a security officer. "Biological signatures unlike anything in our database." Vasquez tapped her communications unit. "Intercept team deploy. Use protocol Epsilon weapons only." The bioluminescent patterns across Gerald and Cora's skin intensified, forming protective formations that sensor equipment detected as generating a localized field capable of neutralizing low-level biological contaminants. "The proximity of danger is triggering defensive adaptations," Dr. Holmes observed, scanning the energy field. "Your bodies are protecting your child before it's even born." Through their neural bond, Gerald felt Cora's fear mingling with grit. Her next contraction rippled through their connection, and he channeled his strength back to her, their cardiovascular systems synchronizing to support her through the intensifying labor. The chamber door slid open as Marcus and Nerea entered, their partially transformed bodies showing signs of accelerated adaptation. The gill structures on Marcuster, Ek had fully formed since the morning, while Nerea's skin now displayed distinct bioluminescent patterns matching those on Cora. "We felt called here," Marcus explained, his voice carrying unfamiliar harmonics. "Something is happening to our transformation." Dr. Holmes scanned them quickly. "Your adaptive process is accelerating. You've advanced weeks beyond expected progression in hours." The ancient enemy's presence triggers emergency protocols in convergent physiology, elder scientist Mara explained as she joined them. The progenitors designed acceleration mechanisms for times of crisis. The station shuddered as impact tremors rippled through its structure. On the main display, they watched the Sovereign Tide position itself between the approaching Scourge vessels and Nexus 7, joined by 3 Earth vessels forming a protective screen. Admiral Carex is attempting communication with the lead vessel, Mara reported, monitoring the transmission frequencies. Using protocols from the progenitor database. The response came almost immediately, not as communication but attack. The screen showed specialized spores ejecting from the lead Scourge vessel, striking the Sovereign Tide's hull and beginning to consume its metallic components on contact. Biological weapon, Vasquez stated, eyes narrowing. Matches the progenitor warnings exactly. Automated systems on the Sovereign Tide deployed countermeasure specialized agents developed from progenitor formulas that neutralized the aggressive biological material before it penetrated critical systems. Cora screamed as a powerful contraction seized her. The fluid in the crystalline basin rippled and changed color slightly, adjusting its composition to support her changing physiology. The labor is progressing at accelerated pace, Dr. Holmes announced, monitoring vital signs. Her transformed physiology is adapting to facilitate hybrid birth. Gerald strengthened his physical connection with Cora, their skin forming temporary vascular connections at contact. Dr. Oints. He felt his strength flowing directly into her, his body automatically producing stabilizing compounds that transferred through these connections. Ambassador Thorol burst into the chamber, tentacles displaying patterns of urgency. Critical news from Homeworld. 27 Zarantine individuals identified with dormant progenitor gene sequences matching Cora's transformation markers. Before anyone could respond, Ambassador Rebecca Holmes entered from another door. Earth Central reports 34 humans with identical genetic markers discovered through emergency screening programs. Gerald Proc-Dred the implications instantly. The critical mass. 12 convergent pairs could generate a defensive field against the Scourge weapons. Are underway to transport them here immediately, Rebecca confirmed. But it will take time. A powerful tremor shook the station as the main display showed smaller Scourge attack craft launching toward Nexus 7. Lieutenant Vasquez activated specialized tracking algorithms that highlighted the biological components of these craft, allowing defensive systems to target them despite their unusual composition. First wave neutralized, she reported as the station's weapons found their marks. But sensors show hundreds more preparing to launch. We can't sustain defense against those numbers. Cora's body arched as she entered the final stage of labor. The crystalline basin's fluid glowed with increasing intensity, automatically adjusting oxygen content and nutrient levels to support both her and the coming child. Gerald's grip on her hands tightened, their skin connecting more completely as temporary vascular bridges formed between them. Through their neural bond, he sensed her pain transforming into focused purpose. The head is crowning, Dr. Holmes announced, positioning herself at the basin's edge. Convergent characteristics already visible. A powerful scanning beam suddenly struck the station, penetrating standard shielding and focusing specifically on their section. Elder scientist Mara's expression darkened as she checked her instruments. They're scanning for hybrid genetic signatures, she said grimly. The Scourge are targeting convergence specifically. Your child is their primary objective. With a final surge of effort, Cora pushed. Gerald felt the moment through their connection, a sensation of completion and new beginning simultaneously. Dr. Holmes reached into the basin's fluid, lifting a small form that immediately adjusted to the atmospheric conditions outside the supportive liquid. A girl, Dr. Holmes announced, placing the infant on Cora's chest. Perfect hybrid characteristics. The newborn skin displayed subtle bioluminescent patterns that pulsed in perfect synchronization with her parents'. Small gill structures on her neck opened and closed as her lungs simultaneously processed atmospheric oxygen. Most remarkable was the immediate telepathic connection Gerald felt forming not just between himself and the child, but a three-way neural bond linking all of them together. "Lyra," Cora whispered, the name forming in their shared consciousness. "Her name is Lyra." As the name registered in the station systems, sensors detected a powerful energy pulse emanating from the infant's tiny body. On the display, they watched as this pulse temporarily disrupted the Scourge scanning beam and visibly damaged the nearest attack craft. "Incredible," elder scientist Mara breathed, checking readings. "Naturalborn convergents possess enhanced defensive capabilities." This single child generated an energy signature that would require multiple transformed pairs to produce. The Scourge fleet responded immediately, their remaining attack craft launching simultaneously as the main vessels moved into direct position. Admiral Reeves's voice came through station-wide. "All defensive units engage. Civilian evacuation to inner core sections. We need to hold this position for 48 hours until reinforcements arrive." Lieutenant Vasquez's communication unit activated with an urgent alert. "Infiltration detected, maintenance, access port 17. Biological constructs breaching outer seal." "I'll handle this personally," she said, checking her specialized weapon. "These constructs adapt to standard defensive measures. We need direct intervention." Gerald and Cora held Lyra between them, their three-way connection strengthening as they maintained skin-to-skin contact. Through this connection, Gerald perceived not random infant thoughts but structured data flowing from Lyra's consciousness, information patterns matching those in the progenitor database. "She knows," Gerald whispered, astonished. "She carries knowledge of the Scourge weaknesses, attack patterns, defensive strategies." High Priestess Thalara approached with a small vial of sacred water from the Zarantine homeworld's deepest temples. She must be recognized as the first of the renewed. The priestess touched the water to Lyra's forehead in an ancient ceremonial gesture. The infant's skin absorbed the liquid completely, then emanated a soft glow that spread throughout the chamber, temporarily enhancing the bioluminescent patterns of all convergent individuals present. A powerful impact rocked the station as Nexus 7's defensive systems engaged another wave of attack craft. The display showed the Sovereign Tide taking significant damage while intercepting a concentrated assault targeting the station's power core. "Lieutenant Vasquez is down," came an urgent report through the security channel. "Medical emergency in Maintenance Sector 17. Biological agent infection. Dr. Holmes grabbed an emergency kit. Get her to the adjacent medical bay immediately. I need to see what we're dealing with." Another tremor shook the station as Gerald cradled his family. Through their connection, he felt something unusual in Lyra's consciousness patterns that matched progenitor communication protocols documented in the database. "Admiral," Gerald called to Reeves, who had entered the chamber to assess their status. "I think there's a way to buy us time." Lyra's neural patterns match progenitor communication protocols. "We might be able to establish direct contact with the Scourge vessels." Elder scientist Mara immediately understood. "A hybrid interface between her unique neural structure and our communication array. It's theoretically possible." As the first day of the assault concluded, Gerald and Cora rose from the crystalline basin, Lyra secured between them. Their bioluminescent patterns flowed in perfect synchronization as they followed Admiral Reeves to the command center, the station shuddering under continued attack. "First transport vessels with the dormant gene carriers will arrive in 18 hours, Rebecca Holmes reported. "But at this rate of attack, then we need to buy time," Gerald said, looking down at his daughter whose eyes reflected intelligence far beyond a newborn's. and I think Lyra might hold the key to communicating with an enemy no one has spoken to in 20,000 years. Admiral Reeves surveyed the main tactical display, his expression grim. We need options. Gerald looked down at Lyra, whose eyes far too alert for a newborn locked with his. Through their connection, he sensed not fear but purpose emanating from her consciousness. Command center, immediately, Gerald said, cradling Lyra securely against his chest. We need to establish a communication hub. The group moved swiftly through the station's emergency corridors, the sound of impacts against the outer hull punctuating their journey. Nexus 7 structural integrity warnings echoed through the passages as they reached the fortified section housing the Central Command operations. Here, Admiral Reeves directed them to a reinforced chamber adjacent to the primary communication doctor. This section has triple redundant power systems and independent life support. Gerald and Cora positioned themselves on a modified platform similar to their crystalline basin, but adapted for upright positioning. They stood facing each other with Lyra secured between them, their skin making maximum contact with both the child and the specialized interface panels. The array is configured to your specifications, Elder Scientist Mara announced, finalizing Doctor-Tiements to the equipment. I've integrated components from the progenitor communication protocols. The moment the system activated, Gerald felt the three-way connection between himself, Cora, and Lyra intensify dramatically. Their bioluminescent patterns synchronized, pulsing with increasing brightness as their hybrid biology interfaced with the station's technology. Through Lyra, he perceived complex data structures flowing from the infant's consciousness into the system. It's working, Mara reported, monitoring the energy signatures. The array is broadcasting interference patterns matching Scourge biological frequencies. On the tactical display, they watched as the approaching attack craft suddenly altered their trajectories, their movements becoming erratic and uncoordinated. Several collided with each other, their biological components visibly disrupting on impact. Their targeting systems are compromised, Admiral Reeves confirmed, receiving reports from defensive vessels. The Earth fleet is repositioning to exploit the advantage. Through their connection, Gerald felt Cora's exhaustion mingling with perseverance. The effort of maintaining the interface while recovering from childbirth strained her transformed physiology. He channeled his strength to her, their circulatory systems working in tandem to distribute the biological burden. Medical emergency report. Dr. Holmes's voice came through the communication system. Lieutenant Vasquez shows unusual cellular activity following exposure to the Scourge biological agent. The doctor's image appeared on a secondary display, showing Vasquez unconscious on an examination table in the medical bay. The lieutenant's skin exhibited faint luminescent patterns that Gerald immediately recognized. Those patterns match preliminary convergent transformation markers, he observed. Exactly, Dr. Holmes confirmed. Her cells contain previously undetected progenitor-genet doctor sequences, now activating in response to compounds from both the Scourge agent and residual material from the birthing basin that emergency responders tracked into the area. Elder Scientist Mara moved closer to the display. This suggests the potential for transformation extends beyond those doctor identified through standard genetic screening. Contact with active convergent biological material may trigger dormant markers. Gerald felt a strange pulse through the neural connection with Lyra pattern he interpreted as recognition. The infant somehow understood the significance of Vasquez's transformation. Incoming transport vessels, announced the station's automated system. 23 individuals with confirmed progenitor genetic markers arriving at Docking Bay 3. Mara turned to Marcus and Nerea, whose transformations had continued advancing. Marcus's gill structures now operated with full efficiency, while Neria's skin displayed complex bioluminescent patterns nearly matching Cora's in intensity. "You two have progressed far enough to guide the new arrivals," she said. "We've prepared accelerated transformation chambers using modified versions of the birthing basin technology." Marcus nodded, his eyes now showing adaptation for both atmospheric and aquatic vision. "We'll help them understand what's happening to their bodies." As Marcus and Nerea departed, Gerald sensed a shift in the Scourge attack pattern. Through their communication interface, he perceived the enemy forces regrouping, adapting to the interference. "They're recalibrating," Gerald warned. "The disruption won't be effective much longer." Admiral Reeves immediately ordered tactical adjustments to the defensive vessels. "Use this window to complete critical repairs and ammunition transfers. We need every ship at maximum capability when they resume full assault." In the medical bay, Dr. Holmes continued monitoring Vasquez's unexpected transformation. The lieutenant's body temperature fluctuated as her cellular structure reorganized according to patterns familiar from Gerald and Cora's recorded data, though with notable variations. "Her transformation follows an irregular pathway," Dr. Holmes reported. "The interaction between Scourge biological agents and convergent compounds is creating unique adaptation patterns." Dr. Anwell, at the expanded Confluence facilities, Marcus and Nerea guided the volunteers 14 humans and 9 Zarentines through preparation for the accelerated transformation process. The chambers, filled with specialized fluid containing catalysts extracted from successful convergent unions and components derived from Lyra's genetic material, awaited the first participants. "You won't experience the gradual adaptation we did," Nerea explained to the volunteers. "The crisis has necessitated an accelerated process." The first 8 pairs entered the transformation chambers, submerging in the specialized fluid. Within hours, visible changes manifested, skin developing preliminary bioluminescent patterns, respiratory systems beginning dual-mode adaptation. Back in the command center, Gerald and Cora maintained their position with Lyra, their three-way connection powering the interference broadcast. Despite fatigue, they remained focused, their hybrid physiology adapting to sustain the prolonged effort. "Lyra's showing unprecedented development," Cora whispered, sensing changes through their bond. The infant's awareness expanded hourly, her cognitive patterns becoming increasingly complex. "I see reports of Scourge vessels reaching 3 human colony worlds," Dr. Iral Reeves announced grimly. "And Ambassador Thorell confirms a larger fleet approaching the Zarentine homeworld." The implications were Clerthi's wasn't a targeted attack on Nexus 7, but a coordinated assault against both species. What had begun as a scientific curiosity had transformed into their primary hope for survival. As the first day of their defense effort ended, Gerald sensed Lyra needed nourishment. They temporarily disconnected from the interface, moving to a secure rest area where Dr. Holmes had prepared a specialized nutrient solution for the infant. "Her cells contain enhanced versions of your defensive mechanisms," Dr. Holmes explained, examining data from her scanner. "When fully matured, she may generate protective fields of greater intensity than anything documented in the progenitor records." Gerald and Cora established a care routine for Lyra while continuing to support the station's defense. They discovered that synchronized swimming in their specialized aquatic chamber with Lyra between them generated unique biochemical exchanges, enhancing all 3 family members' hybrid capabilities. During these sessions, Gerald felt intense pleasure cascade through their neural connection as the physical intimacy strengthened their emotional bonds. The sensation provided welcome relief from the crisis surrounding them, reinforcing their connection despite exhaustion. By the second day, Lieutenant Vasquez had regained consciousness in the medical bay, her body now displaying preliminary gill structures and subtle luminescent patterns. Unlike the controlled transformations, Her adaptation followed an irregular pattern driven by the interaction between Scourge biological agents and convergent compounds. "I can breathe differently," she reported, touching the developing structures on her neck. "Your military training seems to provide advantages in managing the physiological stress, Doctor," Holmes noted, monitoring her vital signs. "You're adapting more rapidly than expected." After 7 to 2 hours of accelerated transformation, the first 4 human Zarantine pairs emerged from the chambers, their bodies exhibiting stable hybrid characteristics. Though less comprehensive than Gerald and Cora's original process, these new convergents immediately formed telepathic connections with each other. Gerald perceived their presence as background awareness through his bond with Cora and Lyraith, beginning of a network that would eventually include all transformed individuals. 10 pairs DRW, Admiral Reeves noted as the count increased. Progenitor records indicate 12 for a complete defensive field. Elder scientist Mara continued analyzing data from Lyra's genetic structure, making a breakthrough discovery. Natural-born convergents possess specialized genetic sequences absent in transformed individuals, she explained. These sequences appear designed to generate particularly potent counterfrequencies to Scourge biological weapons. As the 4th day began, Gerald, Cora, and Lyra's communication interface detected a directed signal from the Scourge command vessel. Unlike previous scans, this transmission contained complex biological data rather than conventional language. Through their telepathic connection, Gerald and Cora perceived its meaning. The Scourge recognized convergence as direct descendants of their ancient enemy and considered their emergence an existential threat requiring immediate extinction. "They've been watching us," Gerald realized. "Both humans and Zarantines, waiting for signs of genetic recombination before attacking." The tactical situation intensified as Admiral Reeves identified a pattern in the Scourge fleet's operations. "They require regular synchronization with their command ship," he explained. "During this cycle, they'll have reduced defensive capability window for potential counterattack." With the synchronization window approaching and station defenses deteriorating under continued assault, the Admiral faced a critical decision: defensive field generation, with the available 10 convergent pairs, or wait foe Doctor. He final transformation chambers to complete their cycles. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Vasquez reached a critical phase in her transformation when her developing gill structures fully activated during an examination. The sudden respiratory shift caused momentary oxygen deprivation, triggering a cascade of accelerated changes throughout her body. Dr. Holmes quickly immersed her in a portable tank containing specialized fluid from the transformation chambers. Within this supporting environment, Vasquez's transformation accelerated dramatically, progressing at rates exceeding even the emergency protocols observed in the volunteer pairs. As the Scourge fleet began its synchronization cycle, temporarily reducing offensive operations against Nexus 7, Gerald and Cora brought Lyra to the central chamber of confluence. There, the 8 successfully transformed convergent pairs gathered alongside Marcus and Nerea. The 11 pairs formed a circle around Lyra, establishing a multi-layered telepathic network with the infant at its center. Through this unprecedented neural connection, they channeled their combined hybrid energies according to patterns extracted from progenitor records. "We're 1 pair short," Marcus observed, his voice carrying new harmonics. "The field will be incomplete." Gerald felt Lyra's consciousness expanding through their connection, her awareness touching each convergent mind simultaneously. Though just days old, her hybrid brain functioned as a coordination nexus, optimizing their combined energy output despite the missing 12th pair. "She's compensating for the gap," Cora realized as their bioluminescent patterns synchronized across all participants, directing our energy to strengthen the weakest section of the field. As their combined effort built toward critical threshold, the chamber door slid open. Lieutenant Vasquez entered, her transformation visibly advanced beyond expectations. Behind her came Dr. Holmes, supporting a Zarantine medical technician whose body showed signs of recent adaptation. "Emergency, pair 12, Vasquez announced, her voice carrying harmonics similar to Marcus's. "We've been monitoring your preparations through the station systems. Our transformation accelerated beyond all projections." The lieutenant and the Zarantine took their position in the circle, completing the array. Immediately, Gerald felt the connection strengthen, the network achieving the configuration described in progenitor records. With Lyra at the center coordinating their efforts, the 12 convergent pairs channeled their combined energies outward, generating the defensive field that represented the progenitor doctor final strategy against their ancient enemy. The Zarantine medical technician stepped into the circle alongside Vasquez, their presence immediately strengthening the network. Gerald felt the connection solidify as the 12th pair completed the array. The telepathic field expanded outward from Lyra, who pulsed with brilliant bioluminescence at the center of their formation. Through their shared consciousness, Gerald perceived the defensive field manifesting a translucent dome of shimmering energy extending from confluence. The field intercepted several Scourge attack craft attempting to penetrate the St. Doctor, On's weakened defenses, neutralizing their biological components on contact. "It's working," Marcus said, his voice trembling with effort. But Gerald sensed the instability. The field fluctuated in intensity, stronger in some sections than others. The connection between Vasquez and the Zarantine technician wavered, their hastily formed bond lacking the depth established by the other pairs. "The field is incomplete," Mara observed, monitoring Dr. Energy patterns. Lieutenant Vasquez's transformation was unplanned, and her connection with Technician Zeth lacks the necessary synchronization. Admiral Reeves studied the tactical display. "It's buying us time, but not enough. The Scourge fleet will adapt to this partial field within hours." Through their connection, Gerald felt Lyra's consciousness stretching, her infant mind working to compensate for the weak link in their circle. Her tiny body pulsed with increasingly complex patterns as she diverted Aditio Doctor, energy to reinforce the field's vulnerable sections. "She's straining herself," Cora communicated directly to Gerald's mind, concern flooding their bond. Vasquez collapsed suddenly, her bioluminescent patterns flickering erratically. The Zarantine technician caught her, but his own doctor, T-turns dimmed as their connection destabilized. The defensive field wavered dangerously. Dr. Holmes rushed forward with a portable scanner. "Her transformation hasn't fully stabilized. The biological integration is incomplete at approximately 23% shared genetic expression. She needs a properly synchronized partner," Mara explained. "The progenitor specifications require balanced pairs. Without full synchronization, she cannot maintain her position in the network." The partial field continued to intercept Scourge attacks, but each impact caused visible strain among the convergent pairs. Gerald felt Lyra's distress as she struggled to maintain the imperfect configuration. "Admiral Carex is conscious," Dr. Holmes announced, examining her medical tablet. "His recovery has progressed faster than expected." All eyes turned to the doctor as she continued. "Preliminary compatibility scans show promising markers between his Zarantine physiology and Lieutenant Vasquez's hybrid state." "That's unprecedented," Mara said. "Doctor, transformation is designed for simultaneous adaptation between humans and Zarantines, not synchronization with an already transformed hybrid." Dr. Holmes nodded. "The risks are significant. Failed synchronization could cause permanent damage to both parties." As they debated, the defensive field flickered again. A Scourge biological weapon penetrated the weakened barrier, impacting the station's outer hull. The entire structure shuddered. Gerald received a direct transmission through their command channel. Admiral Carrick's voice was weak but determined. "I volunteer for emergency transformation. The sovereign tide is lost, but we still have a duty to both our species." Dr. Holmes assembled a makeshift transformation chamber using medical equipment and components salvaged from the damaged Zarantine vessel. Vasquez lay semi-conscious on one side of the chamber, her transformation-altered body still adjusting to its new configuration. "This is highly experimental," Dr. Holmes warned as Admiral Carrick positioned himself opposite Vasquez. "We're attempting to reverse engineer the transformation process, using Lieutenant Vasquez's hybrid biology to guide your adaptation." "The PR doctor, door requires direct physical contact," Mara explained, adjusting the nutrient-rich solution filling the chamber. "Your bodies must establish temporary vascular connections to facilitate the transfer of transformation compounds." Gerald and Cora maintained the defensive network with the remaining 10 pairs, their concentration divided between sustaining the field and monitoring Lyra's condition. Through their enhanced perception, they observed the emergency synchronization procedure unfolding in the medical bay. As Vasquez and Admiral Carrick made contact in the nutrient solution, their skin formed temporary connections at the contact points. The lieutenant's transformed cells released specialized compounds that flowed directly into the Admiral's Zarantine physiology, triggering cascading adaptations. "Remarkable," Dr. Holmes murmured, monitoring the process. "The Admiral's body is responding at 3 times the expected rate." The Scourge vessels renewed their assault, adapting to the weakened defensive field. Several breached the outer perimeter, targeting Nexus 7's critical systems. "We can't maintain this configuration much longer," Marcus warned, his bioluminescent patterns flickering with exertion. In the transformation chamber, Admiral Carrick's gill structures reorganized visibly, adapting to process atmospheric oxygen. His skin developed luminescent patterns that mirrored those on Vasquez's body. Most significantly, neural scans indicated the formation of a telepathic connection between them, different from the bonds shared by other pairs, but functional. 4 hours, Doctor," Holmes announced, checking the final readings. "That's approximately 1/6 the time required for conventional transformation." When they emerged, Admiral Carrick supported Vasquez as they moved toward the convergent circle. His newly transformed body displayed the characteristic adaptations of a hybrid, though with distinctive patterns unique to their unconventional procedure. "Their genetic expression is synchronized at 23.8%, Dr. Holmes reported. "Lower than optimal but potentially sufficient." The Vasquez-Carrick pair joined the circle, taking position between Marcus Nerea and 2 of the volunteer pairs. Their presence created an immediate resonance of 12 pairs, now forming a perfect geometric configuration around Lyra at the center. Gerald felt the transformation immediately. The previously unstable field solidified, expanding outward with renewed intensity. The shimmering energy dome encompassed the entire station and extended further, creating a protective bubble that intercepted and neutralized the Scourge biological weapons while disrupting their vessel's organic components. Through their telepathic network, Gerald sensed something unexpected: dormant systems throughout Nexus 7 activating in response to the complete convergent field. Systems previously identified as standard station equipment revealed their true nature as disguised progenitor technology. "The station is responding," Mara said in wonder. "These systems were planted throughout our development, waiting for this moment." Additional protective fields manifested, overlapping with the convergent-generated defense. Countermeasures specifically calibrated against Scourge biological weapons deployed automatically, enhancing their defensive capabilities beyond what the 12 pairs could maintain alone. Gerald and Cora experienced sudden physiological changes as the full defensive field stabilized. Their bodies produced enhanced versions of the specialized compounds previously observed during their intimate encounters. The chemicals strengthened their hybrid integration while intensifying their neural connection to unprecedented levels. Through this heightened bond, they perceived Lyra's consciousness with remarkable clarity. Their daughter's neural patterns contained embedded information-detailed knowledge of Scourge biological weaknesses and evolutionary vulnerabilities, apparently encoded by the progenitors in anticipation of this confrontation. "She knows them," Gerald communicated to Cora. The progenitors left instructions within her genetic code. They extracted this critical information through their enhanced connection and shared it with Admiral Reeves' tactical team. The data revealed a fundamental vulnerability in the Scourge command vessel's biological core, required regular radiation exposure, matching specific frequency patterns to maintain stability. "If we modify the communication array," Gerald explained to Admiral Reeves, "we could broadcast counterfrequencies derived from our defensive field. It would disrupt their core temporarily, disabling their coordination capabilities." "How precise must this broadcast be?" Admiral Reeves asked. "Extremely," Cora answered. "Too broad and it could disrupt our own defensive field. Too narrow and it won't penetrate their biological shielding." Gerald and Cora, with Lyra held between them, coordinated with Vasquez and Admiral Carrick's to fine-tune the broadcast parameters. Their combined hybrid perception identified the exact frequency patterns needed to target the Scourge command vessel while preserving their own defenses. As technicians implemented the calibrations, Gerald recognized this moment as the first practical application of the specialized problem-solving doctor, abilities engineered into convergent physiology human creativity, merging with Zarantine precision to produce solutions neither species could develop alone. The counterfrequency broadcast initiated, directed precisely at the Scourge command vessel at the center of the enemy fleet. Through the defensive field's translucent barrier, they observed the immediate impact that command vessel's biological components pulsated irregularly as the calibrated frequencies interfered with its core functions. The disruption cascaded throughout the fleet. Subordinate vessels lost synchronization with their command hub, their coordinated attack patterns deteriorating into disorganized individual actions easily countered by Nexus 7's defensive systems. "It's working," Admiral Reeves confirmed, studying the tactical display. "Their fleet coordination has dropped by 68%. Individual vessels are operating on local protocols only." This tactical victory provided crucial breathing room for T-Doctor Station. Repair crews moved to restore damaged systems, while the remaining human Zarantine candidates continued their transformation procedures under safer conditions. During this period of reduced threat, Gerald and Cora established a daily routine focused on Lyra's accelerated development. They discovered that synchronized swimming sessions in their specialized aquatic chamber produced particularly beneficial effects for all three family members. In the water, Lyra displayed remarkable aquatic adaptation. Her tiny body moved with natural grace between her parents, her gill structures operating with perfect efficiency. The shared physical activity generated biochemical responses that enhanced her neural development while reinforcing her instinctive understanding of her hybrid physiology. These family sessions created intensely pleasurable sensations for all three, their neural connection transmitting and amplifying positive feedback that strengthened their emotional bonds despite the continuing crisis situation. "Her development is unprecedented," Dr. Holmes noted during a routine examination. "At just 1 week old, she's demonstrating physical capabilities equivalent to a human infant of several months. Most remarkably, Lyra's telepathic abilities continued expanding beyond her parents, establishing peripheral connections with all convergent individuals on Nexus 7. These connections created a neural network that enhanced coordination of their defensive capabilities. "This confirms my theory," Mara said, reviewing the data. "Naturalborn convergents represent an evolutionary advancement beyond first-generation transformed individuals. She's the key to our long-term survival." The disruption of the Scourge fleet allowed additional transport vessels to reach Nexus 7, bringing 37 more individuals with dormant progenitor genetics. These candidates immediately began transformation procedures under the supervision of existing convergent pairs. "We've refined the protocols based on what we learned from Vasquez and Carex," Dr. Holmes explained. "The process now takes approximately 36 hours while maintaining safety parameters." This accelerated timeline created the potential for rapid expansion of the convergent population essential for establishing permanent defensive capabilities against the recovering Scourge forces. Ambassador Thorell received a transmission from the Zarantine homeworld that changed the strategic calculus of their situation. "Defensive fields have activated at 3 major settlement centers," he announced. "Convergent pairs have completed transformation and established functional defenses." Similar reports arrived from Earth Central Command regarding successful defensive activations at key human colonies. The progenitor strategy had been implemented across multiple locations simultaneously, forcing the Scourge to divide their forces rather than concentrating on destroying Nexus 7. "They can't focus solely on us anymore," Admiral Reeves noted. "This transforms our immediate survival crisis into a sustainable defensive posture." As Gerald and Cora adjusted to parenthood amid the ongoing crisis, their relationship evolved further. Their intimate moments took on new dimensions with Lyra's constant presence in their telepathic bond. They learned to create private mental spaces for their personal connection, while maintaining awareness of their daughter's needs. They discovered that certain forms of physical intimacy enhanced their parental effectiveness, generating specialized hormones that strengthened both their hybrid physiology and their capacity to support Lyra's accelerated development. One evening, as they floated in their aquatic chamber with Lyra sleeping peacefully between them, Cora communicated directly to Gerald's mind. "The progenitors designed everything about us not just as individual hybrids but as family units. Our connection makes all 3 of us stronger." Gerald felt the truth of this observation through their bond. The convergent family functioned as a cohesive biological system, where each member's well-being enhanced the others. This integration of intimate partnership with effective parenting represented another aspect of the progenitor's design that might ultimately prove as important to their survival as the defensive capabilities now deployed throughout human and Zarantine space. Space settlements. "They engineered us to be complete systems," Gerald replied, his hand finding hers beneath the water's surface. "Not just soldiers, but families." 6 months later, Gerald stood at the observation window of their new living quarters in what was now officially designated Convergence Prime. The station had transformed from a military installation into a thriving community hub. Below him, the central plaza teemed with activated both human and Zarantine visitors navigating around established convergent families. "She's getting faster," Cora called from the aquatic section of their residence. Gerald crossed from the atmospheric zone through the seamless transition membrane that separated their living spaces. The specialized family unit had been designed specifically for their unique needs, with integrated environmental controls maintaining optimal conditions in each zone. Lyra propelled herself through the water with perfect form, her tiny body leaving a bioluminescent trail as she practiced the swimming patterns Cora had demonstrated. At 6 months old, she displayed the physical capabilities of a 3-year-old human child, her hybrid physiology functioning with remarkable efficiency. "Watch this," Cora said, transmitting a complex pattern through their shared telepathic bond. Lyra immediately adjusted her swimming pattern, replicating the intricate sequence perfectly. Her gill structures pulsed with exertion, processing the oxygenated water while her luminescent skin patterns shifted to match her mother's. "Her neural pathways are developing faster than the models predicted," Gerald said, slipping into the water beside them. The family's private pool occupied nearly half their residence, its depth and current patterns adjustable to accommodate their training needs. The supportive pressure of the water created ideal conditions for their hybrid bodies, particularly during their private family sessions. Gerald felt the familiar sensations as his specialized glands activated in response to Cora's proximity. The hormones strengthened their family bond while creating a pleasant warmth that spread throughout his transformed physiology. "Admiral Reeves requested our presence at the security briefing tomorrow," Cora said, guiding Lyra. Another swimming pattern. "The scourge activity reports from the outer settlements are concerning. 27 defensive fields operational, and they're still probing DRR weaknesses," Gerald replied, activating his communicator to review the latest intelligence summary from Admiral Reeves. The device projected a holographic display showing the current deployment of convergent pairs throughout human and Zarantine space. Each location maintained the 12-pair minimum required for effective field generation, with 7 sites already exceeding that number as the transformation program accelerated. Their conversation was interrupted by a doctor-ect communication from Lieutenant Vasquez. "Director Reeves, we've detected anomalous signals near Outpost 17, Vasquez reported, her facial patterns displaying the distinctive luminescence that had developed during her unconventional transformation. Admiral Carex believes they match the frequency patterns observed during their retreat 6 months ago." Behind her, Admiral Carex adjusted the specialized sensory apparatus attached to his console. His transformation had stabilized into a functional hybrid state, though his distinctive gill structures required periodic immersion in specialized solutions. "We'll review the data immediately," Gerald confirmed, noting the formal title still felt strange after his recent promotion to Director of Advancement Protocols. The connection terminated, and Gerald turned to find Cora already helping Lyra from the pool. Their daughter's skin glistened as specialized membranes adapted to the transition from water to air, her tiny gilled doctor, ruptures sealing seamlessly while her respiratory system switched to atmospheric processing. "I need to go," Lyra announced, her voice carrying the melodic inflection characteristic of natural-born convergence. Gerald and Cora exchanged amused glance. Doctor, rough their telepathic bond. Lyra's accelerated development included perfect toilet training by 4 months, another unexpected benefit of her enhanced neural pathways. "Dr. Holmes is waiting for you in the learning center after your hygiene routines," Cora reminded her as they moved to the FAMI Doctor's preparation area. The specialized educational program Dr. Holmes had established combined traditional human curricula with Zarantine memory transfer techniques optimized for hybrid neural structures. Lyra absorbed information at an astounding rate, particularly when lessons incorporated both auditory and telepathic components. As Gerald helped Lyra into her adaptive clothing, a lightweight material that accommodated her specialized skin function, she's communicator alerted him to another incoming message. The identification code belonged to Dr. Holmes. "Gerald, I need you and Cora to come to the laboratory immediately," the doctor said, her typically composed expression replaced by hardly restrained excitement. "I've discovered Dr. Thing remarkable in Lyra's latest cellular samples. We'll be there in 20 minutes, Gerald confirmed, looking to Cora, who nodded while securing Lyra's environmental monitoring bracelet. They delivered Lyra to the Learning Center, where 5 other natural-born convergent children gathered around an elderly Zarantine instructor, demonstrating proper gill maintenance techniques. The sight of multiple convergent children still struck Gerald as extraordinary tangible evidence of their new species' viability. In Dr. Holmes's laboratory, holographic displays showed magnified cellular structures labeled with progenitor classification codes. The doctor directed their attention to several unusual organelles visible within Lyra's cell samples. These structures aren't present in transformed convergents like yourselves, Dr. Holmes explained, manipulating the display to highlight the unique components. They appear to be specifically designed to generate counterfrequencies against scourge biological weapons. Cora studied the display intently. Are they active now? Not fully, Dr. Holmes replied. They're developing progressively as her neural system matures. Based on their current growth rate, I estimate full functionality within 18 months. Gerald processed the implications. The progenitors planned multiple defensive layers. We're just the first generation. Precisely, Dr. Holmes confirmed. Transformed pairs like yourselves serve primarily to protect and support natural-born children who represent the species' long-term security strategy. The cellular evidence is unambiguous. Their discussion was interrupted by a station-wide alert. Admiral Reeves's voice echoed through the communication system. All defensive personnel to designated positions. Unidentified vessels approaching from Sector 7. This is not a drill. Through their telepathic network, Gerald immediately sensed the other convergent pairs moving toward the station's defensive positions. He and Cora exchanged a brief look before heading toward the Central Operations Hub, where their specialized defensive console awaited. I'll check on Lyra, Dr. Holmes assured them, already activating her secure connection to the Learning Center. In the Operations Center, Lieutenant Vasquez and Admiral Carex coordinated the station's defensive response from their recently established security command station. Their distinctive hybrid appearances, Vasquez with her enhanced regenerative tissue patterns visible along her exposed arms, and Carex with his specialized sensory organs extending from his transformed cranial structure, set them apart from other convergent pairs. We've identified 17 vessels with scourge biological signatures, Vasquez reported as Gerald and Cora took their positions. They're employing new approach vectors not documented in previous encounters. Admiral Carex adjusted his sensory apparatus, his expression showing concern. The biological signatures show evolutionary adaptations. They've modified their weapon systems since our last encounter. On the main display, the approaching vessels appeared as pulsating organic structures, their movements synchronized in a complex pattern that suggested coordinated intent rather than individual navigation. All transformed pairs in defensive formation, Admiral Reeves ordered from the Central Command platform. Gerald and Cora joined the telepathic network linking 12 convergent pairs positioned around the station's perimeter. Through their shared consciousness, they coordinated the generation of the protective energy field that had proven effective against previous scourge attacks. The shimmering field expanded outward, creating a defensive bubble around Convergence Prime. As the first scourge biological weapons approached the barrier, Gerald sensed something wrong. The field isn't neutralizing their weapons, he communicated through the network. They've adapted their biological composition. The defensive field flickered as specialized scourge projectiles penetrated the outer layer, their organic structures breaking down the energy patterns that had previously repelled them. Through the telepathic network, panic spread as several convergent pairs struggled to maintain their defensive output against the adapted weapons. Field integrity dropped to dangerous levels as more projectiles penetrated the protective barrier. Then, unexpectedly, Gerald sensed Lyra's consciousness connecting to the network, not just to him and Cora, but to every transformed pair maintaining the defensive field. Through this connection flowed information precise frequency adjustments required to counter the adapted scourge weapons. The children, Cora transmitted through the network. They're generating a secondary field. On the central display, a new energy pattern emerged from the station's core section, where the learning center was located. This field, operating on frequency patterns not documented in their defensive protocols, expanded outward, intersecting with the weakened primary barrier. Where the two fields merged, the scourge biological weapons dissolved, their organic components breaking down upon contact with the combined energy patterns. More remarkably, the scourge vessels nearest to the barrier showed signs of structural degradation, their biological hulls destabilizing under the influence of the secondary field. Admiral Reeves stared at the tactical display in disbelief. "What are we seeing?" "The natural-born convergence," Gerald explained, maintaining his connection to the defensive network while monitoring Lyra's status through their parental bond. "They've generated a defensive field we couldn't produce." Through their enhanced connection, Gerald perceived 6 natural-born convergent children gathered in a circle at the learning center, their tiny bodies producing synchronized bioluminescent patterns as they instinctively coordinated their defensive output. At the center stood Lyra, her neural patterns serving as the hub connecting the children's efforts to the adult defensive network. The scourge vessels retreated, their coordinated attack formation breaking down as they withdrew from the combined defensive fields. Several smaller craft showed significant structural damage, trailing organic debris as they fled. As the immediate threat subsided, elder scientist Mara entered the operations center, her expression reflecting both excitement and concern. "The natural-born children accessed defensive capabilities we didn't know existed," she announced, reviewing data from the learning center monitors. "Lyra appears to have functioned as a coordination hub, distributing specific frequency information to both the children and our defensive network." "Where did that information come from?" Admiral Reeves asked. Mara activated a holographic display showing neural scans taken during the incident. "It appears to have been stored within Lyra's neural structure, since gestation information transferred directly from progenitor databases but inaccessible until triggered by the scourge attack." Gerald and Cora exchanged concerned glances. Their daughter had just demonstrated capabilities far beyond theoretical projections, providing essential protection while the transformed pairs recalibrated their defensive fields. "We need to analyze exactly what happened," Gerald said, already moving toward the exit. "But first, we need to check on the childer doctor." In the learning center, they found Lyra and the other children being examined by medical staff. Despite the extraordinary energy they had generated, all 6 appeared healthy, though noticeably tired from the exertion. Lyra reached for Gerald and Cora as they approached, her small body radiating warmth as they embraced. "The bad things came," she stated simply. "We made them go away." "Yes, you did," Cora affirmed, checking the environmental monitoring bracelet on Lyra's wrist. The readings showed elevated but stable vital signs. "How did you know what to do?" Gerald asked, kneeling to meet his daughter's gaze. Lyra tilted her head, considering the question with an expression of concentration that seemed incongruous on her infant features. "I always knew," she finally responded. "The information was inside. The lights told me when to use it." Before Gerald could ask what she meant by the lights, elder scientist Mara approached with a data tablet displaying complex neural scans. "We need to talk," she said quietly. "I've discovered something in the neural data transferred during the defense activation. Something about the scourge we never knew before." "About the scourge," elder scientist Mara continued, her expression grave as she studied the neural data. "These patterns suggest the progenitors encoded specific tactical information within Lyra's genetic memory." information that was meant to activate only when needed. Gerald looked from the scientist to his daughter, who was now resting against Cora's shoulder, her small body exhausted from the extraordinary energy expenditure. "What kind of information?" he asked. "Coordinates," Mara replied, manipulating the holographic display to show a three-dimensional star map. "This appears to be the location of a major scourge staging area, and more importantly, a vulnerability we never knew existed." Admiral Reeves stepped forward, examining the coordinates with a strategic eye. "This position places their staging area near the radiation belt in Sector 19. We've detected unusual energy patterns there, but never confirmed scourge presence." "They're preparing for something," Dr. Holmes added, joining the conversation. "Based on these neural patterns, I believe the scourge are gathering for a major reproductive event. The radiation in that sector provides conditions they require for species-wide reproduction." Gerald felt Cora's concern through their telepathic bond. They both understood the implications a successful reproductive cycle would exponentially increase scourge numbers, potentially overwhelming convergent defenses despite their recent victory. "We need to strike preemptively," Admiral Reeves decided, already activating his command interface, "before they can recover from today's defeat." 3 weeks later, Gerald and Cora entered the central defensive chamber aboard the progenitor's legacy flagship of the newly assembled fleet. 27 vessels carrying transformed convergent pairs moved in precise formation toward the scourge staging area, their mission clear: prevent the impending reproductive cycle at all costs. Technicians sealed the specialized chamber as Gerald and Cora removed their adaptive clothing. The transparent walls revealed similar chambers throughout the vessel where other convergent pairs prepared for the coming confrontation. "Neural synchronization fluid at optimal temperature," announced the chamber's control system as the specialized liquid filled the enclosure. Gerald took Cora's hand as they submerged in the luminescent fluid. The sensation was immediate enhanced neural connectivity as the fluid's complex molecular structure bridged the microscopic gaps between their telepathic receptors. Their thoughts melded more completely than ever before, memories and sensations flowing freely between them. Despite the distance from Convergence Prime, Gerald felt Lyra's consciousness at the edge of their enhanced perception, a warm, familiar presence providing emotional anchor amid the clinical preparations for combat. "All defensive pairs report ready," Lieutenant Chen's voice announced through the shipwide communication system. "Approaching radiation perimeter in 17 minutes. Through their shared consciousness, Gerald and Cora reviewed the tactical briefing. Their role was central to the mission's success, maintaining the primary defensive field that would protect the fleet from the intense radiation surrounding the scourge gathering points. "I'm receiving confirmation that Lieutenant Vasquez and Admiral Carex have successfully deployed in the infiltration vessel," Admiral Reeves reported from the command center. "Experimental cloaking technology functioning at 97% efficiency." Gerald directed his attention to the specialized console floating within arm's reach. The interface responded to his thoughts, displaying the tactical overview of their approach vector. 26 other convergent pairs appeared as synchronized nodes in the defensive network, their combined capabilities forming a protective shell around the fleet. The radiation levels increased as they entered the perimeter of Sector 19. The fluid surrounding them absorbed the excess energy, converting potentially harmful radiation into additional power for their neural synchronization. Gerald felt Cora's consciousness expand alongside his own, their perceptions extending beyond individual limitations. Through their enhanced connection to Lyra, they sensed a sudden change on Convergence Prime. Their daughter's consciousness flared with unexpected intensity, joined by the distinct patterns of 5 other convergent children. "Something's happening with Lyra," Gerald communicated to Cora through their direct neural link. The tactical display shifted, showing new telemetry from Convergence Prime. In the specialized chamber designed by High Priestess Thalera, the 6 natural-born convergent children had arranged themselves in a perfect geometric formation. Lyra, despite being only 7 months old with the cognitive development of a 3-year-old, positioned herself as the focal point of their collective consciousness. "They're amplifying our connection," Cora realized, feeling the strengthened telepathic network extending across interstellar distances. The children are serving as relays. The unprecedented connection provided unexpected tactical advantages. Through the enhanced network, they received real-time intelligence from Lieutenant Vasquez and Admiral Carex's infiltration mission. The pair had penetrated deep into enemy territory, their hybrid bodies generating complementary bioluminescent patterns that interfaced directly with their vessel's controls. The infiltration team's discoveries transmitted through the network with perfect clarity. Massive biological structures surrounding a stellar anomalized radiation source necessary for the Scourge reproduction cycle. The structures pulsed with energy as they collected and concentrated the stellar emanations, preparing to distribute them throughout the Scourge fleet. "Scourge vessels detected," announced the tactical system, count exceeding initial estimates by 300%. The main display showed the massive enemy force forming protective formations around the reproduction structures. Their biological weapons pulsed with enhanced lethality adaptations developed since their failed attack on Convergence Prime. "Implement adaptive tactical protocols," ordered Admiral Reeves. "Redistribute convergent pairs to prioritize defensive field generation." Gerald and Cora exchanged glances through the luminescent fluid. Both recognized the critical nature of this confrontation, perhaps their only opportunity to prevent a Scourge population explosion that would threaten all convergent settlements. "Complete cellular resonance," Gerald suggested through their neural link. "The progenitor records indicate it's possible, though no transformed pair has attempted it." Cora's consciousness pulsed with agreement. The procedure required absolute physical and mental integration and intimate connection, far beyond their previous experiences. The specialized fluid surrounding them would facilitate the process, allowing their hybrid physiologies to temporarily function as a single unified organism. As the fleet moved into engagement range, Gerald and Cora initiated the procedure. Their bodies aligned perfectly within the fluid, skin touching skin, as they established multiple points of physical connection. The chamber systems detected their intent, adjusting the fluid's molecular composition to facilitate cellular integration. The sensation transcended physical pleasure as their bodies began merging at the cellular level. Their consciousness expanded exponentially, individual perspectives blending into a unified awareness that perceived tactical opportunities invisible to separate minds. Through this merged state, they generated a defensive field exponentially more powerful than standard convergent capabilities. The enhanced field extended protection to a significant portion of the Allied fleet, just as the first Scourge weapons impacted. Enemy projectiles dissolved against the barrier, their biological components breaking down upon contact with the harmonics generated by Gerald and Cora's unified form. Through their expanded awareness, they detected Lieutenant Vasquez and Admiral Carex navigating through organic corridors within the central Scourge reproduction structure. The infiltration team's hybrid physiology generated adaptive camouflage, their transformed skin producing bioluminescent patterns that mimicked the surrounding organic architecture. Simultaneously, they perceived Lyra and the other children on Convergence Prime making a critical discovery. The natural-born Convergence had identified a pattern in the Scourge biological signature specific frequency resonance that disrupted their biological cohesion. This information transmitted directly through their enhanced connection, providing an unexpected strategic advantage. Gerald and Cora's merged consciousness recognized that the frequency pattern matched harmonic overtones naturally generated during complete cellular resonance. Their current state could potentially amplify and broadcast the disruptive frequency if properly calibrated. As the battle intensified around them, they focused their unified will on recalibrating the defensive field to incorporate the disruptive frequency. Their merged bodies pulsed with bioluminescent patterns as they redirected energy through specialized organs formed during their cellular integration. Through the enhanced network, they detected a crisis developing within the central scourge structure. Lieutenant Vasquez and Admiral Carex had encountered a scourge controller while deploying disruption devices. The chamber flooded with toxins specifically designed to target hybrid physiology, threatening to overwhelm even their transformed defenses. With no escape route available, the infiltration team initiated their own version of complete cellular resonance. Their unique transformation circumstances created distinctive harmonics in the resulting energy field, temporarily neutralizing the surrounding toxin while establishing a profound biochemical bond between them. Gerald and Cora perceived the activation of the disruption devices through their enhanced awareness. Recognizing the strategic opportunity, they recalibrated their merged consciousness to amplify the disruptive frequency identified by Lyra, broadcasting it through their enhanced defensive field. The effect manifested visibly as waves of energy washing over the scourge vessels, disrupting their biological components at the molecular level. The enemy fleet's coordinated attack faltered as command vessels lost cohesion, their biological components destabilizing under the combined assault. All vessels, concentrate fire on weakened targets, Admiral Reeves ordered as scourge defenses failed under the frequency disruption. Earth and Zarantine ships launched coordinated strikes against the compromised enemy vessels. Multiple scourge ships began breaking apart, their biological components unable to maintain structural integrity. Within the reproduction structure, Lieutenant Vasquez and Admiral Carex monitored the cascading failure through their neural interface with the deployed devices. The structure itself began destabilizing, creating a chain reaction threatening to destroy the entire facility. Their merged consciousness discovered previously unrecognized capabilities in their hybrid physiology. Enhanced bioluminescent patterns interfaced directly with the scourge biological architecture, temporarily overriding its normal functions to create a stable pathway through the collapsing structure.